Hello, everybody. Oh, we're listening to a lot of covers today. Huh. Welcome on in. Sorry for the delay. My tummy was a little upsetty, so I was worried it could have been her water bowl. So I just did a deep cleaning of both of her water bowls, so that way it's nice and fresh for our little kitty. I hope everyone's had a great day. I went shopping today. It was quite nice. Went on a little wonky. Went on a little wonky. Let me redo that. I think we're just gonna play some Minecraft today, I think is my plan. I was gonna I posted on the live now that I was gonna do maybe some art, but I'm kind of just feeling playing some Minecraft today, I think is my plan. We will watch TikToks today. I'm not skipping TikToks today. We are watching those. I'm excited. Today starts Tanks a Goobin break. Starts Tank Scoobin break? Tank Scoobin? Tank Scoobin? Minecraft. Let's go over here. Oh shit, tuna's still not working. Let me see if it'll work today. No, it won't. Why? Tank Scoobin? I like that. Tank Scoobin. I might take that for myself. I might call Thanksgiving Tank Scoobin. Is a Grammy nominee? Fuck yeah. What is there an update to this? September. Maybe I gotta re-download it. True. I don't know if this will work though because I'm already live on stream, so our cassette tape might be broken for one more day, but everything else should work fine. Sorry, I had to stretch to turn on Moira's blanket. Ugh. You can say for love you, baby, you were made for love me. Next, install. Okay, yep, I can't do that right now. That's fine. I'll do that later then. Boop, boop. Let's turn on the beans. Anybody get 8 out of 8 beans while I was gone? Anybody get 8 out of 8 beans? I don't think so. I feel like you guys would have been talking about it if you did. I don't think so. Okay. We'll start it though. So you guys can hang out with me while I play Minecraft. See how much of the house we can work on before Thanksgiving. And then maybe we can have a Friendsgiving in Minecraft. I need to take my meds today. Today is Friday. I do not need an Adderall. His asshole released an EP with Aerosmith today. Yeah, Aerosmith likes him. I saw like TikToks about how him and Aerosmith are pretty close. I have water like all over my hoodie. It sucks because I just got warm. Okay, that's not really better. I can't put this on the wash anyway. I'm gonna lose my mind. Well, it's a good thing. It's a good thing. I mean, to be fair, it's better than my love of Cask, which is Papa Meat's Meat Canyon's band, because he only posts whenever he wants to because he's not a big musician, so I have to sit and I have to wait here in sadness. I'm gonna change my outfit today too. Boop 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 boop. Thank you for the song request. The song have a delayed API or something? Like, did I? Only for you. severity high. This wasn't... going forward. Link it to me. Link it to me, Pookie. Pixels is checking for Black Friday deals for some stuff that I need for my computer. It was on. What is this? If you're okay. I actually don't know if this is what it is for me. Updated to this. Okay, well, I can't copy it, which is kind of annoying, but that's okay. Edit. It is going to be HTTP. This one. 0.0. Oh, no, 0. Point. Oh, 127. 1002 slash auth. Save. Sorry, Shimmy, I'll go deal with me being a fanboy for a while because until this man lets me give him my first. That's fair. That's fair. Are you sure Vex is gonna be okay with you giving that? Should I give you songs? Should be good. Link. I just want to make sure it's linked. Alright. Copy link to song. So it's a win-win. Okay, fair. No, that's fair. Let me redeem this myself then. I'm gonna make sure that this works. Boop, boop. That's what I have to do, right? Spotify has updated their authentication policy regarding redirects URIs. So going forward, localhost will no longer be able to set it. What this means, if your app is currently using, you need to locate it, update it to. Be sure to update your registered URIs and apps that. Oh, this one link. This one. Any apps that continue using localhost may fail authentication once the change is enforced. For all users. Okay, well, I'm pretty sure I did it. I don't really know. Okay, so yeah, so I did the first one. No, I don't want localhost. I want this one. Wow. Link? Is it this one? Okay, well, I just had it working, I thought. I could unlink it, maybe? This one link? This one. Okay, I'm gonna presume that it's okay. And that it's not gonna break on me at any time soon. What if I have legacy? Close. Oh, my Minecraft still loaded, chat. It's still loaded. I gotta look at this guy. 8 terabytes. Whoa! Look at that. It's a bigger boy. Oh, and he looks nice too. Very good, very good. We will get him. So I can put all my stuff on him. My drink is too sweet. Shoot. That's okay. Oh, we can put us on normal stuff and chill. And then go here and then no spoon. Except for the cassette tape, because the cassette tape's broken. Boop. My Minecraft is frozen. Is it because it's doing this stupid thing? It is. Okay. I just gotta wait. Just gotta wait. Oh my god, my hands are so cold. I was putting the dishes away yesterday, and I don't know how, but I jabbed my finger, and now it has like a little cut in it, but it's the tip of my finger. It hurts like a motherfucker. But I sogged up my band-aid. No. I guess that's fine. It takes a while, but it's okay. Thank you for the song request. But on the floor again. Another day around my head. Maybe I made chat too big for this screen. I think maybe it could be. Sharp night cuts hurt like a motherfucker. Oh, I believe that. I believe that. But it was like from my dishwasher, and it's like a little pothole, and it's annoying as fuck. But I gotta go to Safeway, and apparently it's the 50th anniversary of Band-Aid, of the Band-Aid brand, and I got the commemorative tin version. Yeah, I spent a little bit more on it, but like Band-Aid tin. That's what's up, my dear. Okay, thank you. But yeah, they have them in like, what? Oh, that's fair. I got this like tin, and it's got the hi Lorenzo. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like you can reuse the tin. And I think that's awesome. And I just like metal tins a lot, so I got it. And I also feel bad because I use Band-Aids an excessive amount a lot of the times because it stops me from like picking at boo-boos, because I have a bad habit of picking at boo-boos. So I got the tin version, and it was a little more expensive, but like again reusable. But so I was happy I got that, because I'm a little excessive about Band-Aids. Oh, waiting for Minecraft to load. Please load Minecraft. Wait, is my thing in? No, it's not. I have to recenter my face with the face tracking. You're waiting where you left me. Oh, where you left me. Oh yeah, I was gonna make chat a little smaller. Is that really how big that is? Oh shit, what the fuck? What the fuck? Chat clock stream. Oh, it's this thing. That's how I decided to do that. Interesting. Yeah, I think that's okay. I don't know. I don't know. I like the way it looks, but at the same time, I'm kind of like, hoi hoi. I might change it. I might change how it looks eventually. I'm getting like 14 FPS. This is great. I want sand. This is not sand. This is clay, but still. Is there like a mound of it that I could just dig out? I think I just dig this mound out. I'm right here. I wonder if there's an axolotl around here. There's a capuchin monkey. Anybody want a capuchin monkey? Also, I hope everyone's having a good day. I'm sorry if I didn't say that earlier. My brain is a little eepy because I went outside today. Oh, I have no... Holy shit, where did I get all this stuff from? No. I have so much stuff in my inventory. Fuck. Oh, wait, my Dane could hold it. Doot, doot, doot. Vex always playing beats that are sick nasty. Oh my god. Oops. There's a little water here. Hello, Pixels. Welcome on in. Oop. I have any other shovels? I'm gonna use this one. Dun, 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 dun. I want all of the clay. I need to be able to make all the bricks. I think this is good enough for now. Might toggle the weather. It's like raining and it's making me more cold in real life. Boop, boop, boop. I don't know if that'll toggle the rain. Hi, Shy Guy Gaming. Welcome on in. Actually, I'm just gonna call you Shy Guy because that's what you want to be called. But welcome on in. I'm hearing scary things behind me. We must leave. Ow. Ooh. I'm in the water. Hello, Mr. Deer. Oh my god. Oh, good. Welcome on in. I hope everyone's having a lovely day. That is a jungle temple. I don't need loot right now. Oh, whoa. There's a spooky tree right there. Is this a pale forest? Is this a desert? My finger hurts again. Fuck. Ooh, this is a pale garden. Cool. I don't mind if I do, actually. I like the whispering wood doors that come from these. And a lot of like the what do you call it? The like designs that come from the Pale Garden are actually quite nice. Hey, I sidestepped that. Fuck off! Hey, I see a Pikmin. A little Pikmin in the ground. This isn't a desert, but I'm gonna take the sand from here. Oh, I missed a piece of sand. Okay, I'm sorry. I have to toggle this rain. This rain is gonna piss me the fuck off. Boop, boop. Oh, very good. A blood moon. Just what I needed. Out so far away from home. Okay. Boop, boop, boop. I need sand. It is too early in the game for myself to be asking for a fucking infinite fucking... Oh, I'm running out of space, okay. An infinite... Oh, no, am I not? My blocks. An infinite, glass maker. There's lava there. On me. Arms on me. Suck, suck, suck. Can you guys hear the game? Okay, you can. Okay, cool. eyes on me, baby. I got what? There are so many creepers and spiders around me. Holy shit. Leave me alone. I just want sand. I will desand this whole beach. Without a shovel, I won't though. What was that? There's something playing. There's something has a backpack around me. Who has a backpack? It's playing kind of a funky beat. I kind of like it. Well, he's stunned. That's why he's not moving. Oh, I see. It's a skeleton. Sunday. Give me them hat bags. The only thing I kind of want to figure out on the server, if possible, is I would love to have more hat slots. So I think that would be really nice. I like I like having more than one hat. Oh my god, this music is loud. Oh. There's a lot, chat. I don't know if I'm gonna survive this. Get back! Back, ye fiends! Back! Back, ye laggy fiends! Oh, don't blow up, don't blow up. I kinda like the music. I kinda wanna kill him last. Not if he gets in my way, though. Ow, 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 ow. Get. Oh, what the fuck? Why do you have so much health? That guy had a lot of health. Would not mind picking up an extra backpack, though. Get out of here, spider. I can't see. I'm just gonna... That guy's dead. Ow, spider. He's almost dead. I could really use that backpack. There we go. He's a copper backpack. Oh, it has stuff in it. No! I heard that creeper. Fucking asshole, go away. Okay. Oh, he didn't blow up the thing, though. Okay, cool. Cool. Can I start desanding again? I think I can. I want to listen to that one song from Thought Squad. Hold on. I might die doing this, but that's okay. The Hose Depressed one. I like that one. I got pants on, but they're invisible. Dun, 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 dun. I'm desanding the beach. Cause I need a bunch of sand and I won't leave until I got 3 shovels worth. Will the dark timer go off? Naga, there are 2 suspended entities. Whoa. Oh, thank you for the song request. I did already add it though, so I'm gonna refund you. I will refund you because I can. Refund. Complete all. Complete all. I need a blanket though. Let it play twice. I will. I was gonna. Cause I like that song. I need a different jacket. Hold on. This my hoodie being wet is pissing me off. I'm back. Oh no, I'm gonna die. Oh no, I forgot I wasn't in creative. Fuck. Get out of here. Go away. Give me loot. I'm back. I still want to pixels those winter jackets. Gimme. What did I hear it twice? Oh no, on God. Cause like I was can't keep it red mood. I just like the song a lot. And I was also in the other room when I started playing, so. Depressed. 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 Did that guy ever respond to me about the timer thing? He didn't. I don't think I care. Have you heard the remix? I have not. I've only heard the original. There's that floating tree. There should be a... Oh, did I already break it? I think I already broke it. Cool. You read the song request, Buster? Step off, good sir. Oh, well, that was. I'm gonna fall into that lava. go for it. Alright, where are we going, chat? We're going home. Oh god, home is... Oof, okay. What the fuck happened to my boat? That's fine, I can walk. Depressed. I think I'm my meds. Ew. Depressed. Hello, Rhino. I am so late. You are. What will I ever do, Rhino? My character is Hongies, Breb. Nom, 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 nom. Oh, you can forgive, but I understand if you don't. I guess I can forgive you. I thought you were supposed to be my friend, be here for me. It's fine. I can't do that for long because I'm like, it's fine. I understand. I appreciate you being here though. Redwoods. Leave me alone. I have decided, ooh, stream news. Outside of the, ooh, what is this? I want it, whatever it is. Stream news. I will now be officially mainly streaming between 2 and 10 p.m. I've never really had a hard stop time, but on most days I likely will try to stop around 10 p.m. PST, just so that way, you know, I can kind of fit some other things in my day as well, or whether that's cleaning the house at the end of the day, you know, helping with dinner, so on and so forth. That's the first time she has tried this. What? 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 There's way too much info on your mini-map? What do you mean? I don't know what you're talking about. How well did that go before? The last time, I think what Pixels is talking about is the last time that I said that I was gonna do 2 to 10, I ended up having a lot of work come in, so I ended up streaming till like midnight. So it went from me being like, yeah, 2 to 10 to 2 to midnight, on some days. So, you know, it was a thing. So well that she forgot. It is trying again for the first time. Smile. Yeah, pretty much. Bottom right. It's this way, as long as those are in my path. I take my meds. Oh, it's suppressed. I take my meds. What the fuck was that? The Timberwolf. The server's a little laggy, which is good for me because then nothing can hit me from behind. But yeah, so if I do like more hard stops at 10, you guys will know why now. Because before it was like a loose. It's loose. It's kind of loose. But I'm trying to be a little bit. What is this? The meadow biome. What does that mean? What? Oh wait, that's not what I wanted. I don't know what that meant. But yeah, I'm gonna try to do a little bit more of like a hard stop. Who are you calling loose? Yo mama! I'm kidding. Your mom is probably a very nice woman. But yeah, ow, fuck. That hurt. Dude, I just had PTSD. Not really PTSD, but like a flashback. There's a kid outside that's playing with, I'm presuming a child. I could be very wrong. there is a child playing with an RC car outside, and it reminds me of how my neighbor back in my parents' place would play with RC cars, and I was like, neighbor, and I'm like, wait, that's not physically possible for it to be them. We boat bonk. But yeah, but I don't know. I guess I just like before it was kind of like, I think I'm officially stating now that it's like 2 to 10 because I was always like 2 to 8 or 2 to 10, and I think it'll be 2 to 10, and it's also easier for me to communicate with other people saying 2 to 10. I think is another thing. It's just like it's just an overall communication thing. Get me out. Let me out. Thank you. Mystical, magical, oh baby, cause once you know, our love is so mystical. Boop. My love's gonna feel like... Excuse me. Oh shit, 20-day watch streak. Let's fucking go. Thank you for sharing your streak with me, Buster. That means a lot. Oh, hey, that bomb is shaped like a deer. DUI. Well, how about you die? Go 100 miles. There's another cow out there. Is Dagon still alive? Oh my god, please, Dagon still be alive. Oh my god, I hope Dagon's still alive. I guess this will test how the server works with mobs. He should be okay. We'll find out. I'm coming home, Dagon. Coco Nino. Tower. Everything has come to die. Hold on. Soon you will fall behind. The steering wheel. Hey, since you're looking over here and I got... what the fuck is that? Oh, it's your eyes! I like that. It's like you're watching, like, oh, look at me. I like that. Did you use the animated emoji website that I shared to make that happen? Done, already gone. Yeah, smart. Good job. I'm glad you're able to use emotes now. Emotes are awesome. I think that Sea Serpent is stuck. No, he's doing something. Oh my god, my eye itches. Dun, 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 dun. Oh my god, my hands are cold too. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Hello, Mr. Whale. Am I going the wrong way? I think I'm just going too far to the right. Ow. I don't think a sea serpent hit me in the butt. I think a sea serpent hit me in the butt. Oh. Where am I going? Oh, I have to go through the ice zone. I'll make a U-turn, chat. Lake in the Royals. All the friends that you made were the ones you love. Am I going the right way? Yeah, I am. I think I just walked over. That's why I'm like discovering new stuff. I'm still afraid of the dark. Nom nom nom. Why must it always rain? I forgot to consume food. Go get some food. Fill your belly up with some food. And tell us what food you eat. Because I'm curious. I always like knowing what people eat. Is this the right way? Am I going the right way now? Yes. gonna get off over there. Is that loot? Loot ho! Land ho! Yep. Side. What is that? Artisan relic. If SS Forge said you a lot of experience. Ooh, lightning echo. Right click to charge it with a lightning spell. That's cool. Womp, womp. Oops, that's not what I wanted to do. I'm putting my backpack. Is my backpack full? Aw, shit. My stuff is getting full. Ew, is this a flesh? Oh, it's an infinity ham. Oh, okay. Looked kind of gross there first. Oh, shit. All this stuff. BRB, no problem. Get me on the thing. Sort. Any matching? Damn, my inventory full. Shit. Shit. Oh wait, you can come out. You can go in here. This. Carrot. I want it all. I want all of it. Ghost pepper seeds. Ooh. Dirty meat. I guess I can get rid of this rope. And one of these boots. Okay, so I could go through there, but I kind of don't want to, so I think I'm just going to walk on ice. I'd rather walk on the ice. Actually, I have ice boots now, don't I? It's on one of these bags. What's this one? The sailfish. I don't know what these do, but I'm going to wear them anyway. Feet. Super fast. We'll get home super fast. Meow. Oh, not fast enough. Faster. Oh, fuck. Fuck. Alright, there you go. Am I gonna follow this whole thing? I think that would be for the best. I don't want to sink through snow. There's an ice dragon over here. What the fuck? Leave me alone. Oh, he's dead. Oh. Yippee. Aw, pig's over here. I have pigs at home. Oh, I'm worried about Dagon. I really hope Dagon's okay. Another leaf blower. Let's go. Don't worry, Mr. Frostmont. I am leaving. I say it as I see that I'm coming closer to him. Just gonna swim on underneath. Hopefully not wake you up. Oop. Bye, Mr. Frostmaw. Yeah, he stayed asleep. Cool. Those seals? What are you? They're seals. Aww. That's so cute. Alright, now we can trek on home. The water looks so pretty. I like the reflections. My brain is currently trying to figure out if this leaf blower is pissing me off or not. It kind of is. But maybe they won't be here for long. Oh shit, I just realized like probably it's like next week probably there's gonna be like a fucking gutter cleaning and I'm gonna have to close my window. I don't like closing my window because it's like I like the fresh air, but it's like I'm gonna have to because they're gonna be on the roof unless they come beforehand. This is the gutter cleaning? Oh. Ah, it's fine. Pixels is gonna trap me in here with a leaf blower. He closed my door because he doesn't want to hear it. He doesn't want to hear me. I'm kidding. I'm just memeing. Bro, there's a banana slug. Wait, there's a banana slug? I'm back with chips and queso. Yum. Okay. I broke me in the boat. Okay, wait, there's a banana slug. I want to see the banana slug. Let me see the banana slug. I want to see the banana slug. Where is the banana slug? There he is. He's up there. Banana slug, come here. Hello, Mr. Banana Slug. It's a little banana slug. I kind of want it. How far away is home? It's not that far. I could carry him. Onion. Boat. Banana slug. I want the banana. Give me the banana slug. Banana slug! What? Not so appetizing. Oh, I don't want to eat him. I just want to take him home. I have to close the window. I'll be right back. Who knew leaf blowers were so loud? Well, I didn't. For some reason. I always thought leaf blowers sounded different. Dyson should make leaf blowers so we can have silent leaf blowers. Jesus, okay. Alright, come on, banana slug. We're about to go. We're about to. I got a little banana slug. I don't know what I'm gonna name him yet. I want to name him Milk. not to get hurt. I am approaching quickly. I want to go across less water, so I don't want to drown my nana slug. Dagon! I see Dagon! Dagon! Yay! Okay. I'm gonna put you in the basement. That does go into the basement. And I'm gonna give myself a name tag because I'm lazy. Milk. Done. I think Nana, because that was the end of banana. That's fair. That's fair. I have a banana in Fortnite. I have a banana dog, and I called him Nana Juice. So I wanted to think of something a little different. Should I make you an enclosure? I probably should make you an enclosure. But this will be your enclosure for now. Isn't there a book for Alex's mob stuff? Probably. Probably should read it. Okay. Well, I am home now. I have no roof. And I'm not gonna lie, it's making me cold. My heart cry. Milk, you gotta stay down there, Milk. Actually, let me look at just don't deceive me. And I don't think there is a terrarium. I think I just have to make a terrarium for Milk. I think so. Bro, my nail hurts. I like clip my nails, but like the edges of them are growing out now, and it like, well, not that. It's like I'm used to having like longer nails, so like my skin doesn't really press up against the edge of the nail, so it's kind of sensitive. Milk, what are you doing? Milk, how am I supposed to get back down there, Milk? Milk. Ow. Alright, Milk. I'm gonna make you an enclosure down here, okay, Milk? Think I'll use this one. Ooh, the server is lagging a good bit, actually. And I'm home, so let me see if everything's okay. 328 ticks behind, huh? That's not great. Uptime has been 5 hours. That's fair, that's fair, that's fair. Maybe I'll level up now that I'm home. Oops. My sleeves are too big, I can't type. Where do banana slugs live? Let me look that up. Banana slug. Kind of gross. Banana slugs are a genuine habitat. Okay, so like moss and stuff. Okay. I think we have some moss. Actually, I should look up if there's anything specific about the bananas. Banana slug Alex's moms. If there's anything specific about banana slugs that I should know about. Some slime then brown. You could breed them? Oh shit. Okay. Okay, well, we'll get him some moss. I don't mean to go slow. You know that I won't. Wrist, tisk, tisk, I'm trying. Alrighty. I'm gonna just put down my backpack for now. Oh, milk. Oh. Okay. I need some sand. Oh, wrong way. There we go. Glass. Glass. I need. I don't know what I want to. Go window, I guess. I want the dark oak ones though. The dark oak resizable windows. Oak. So in order to make that, I need glass and I need sticks. Glass. I have sticks here. Window, and then to make, I need strip dark oak, which I don't know. There's my dark oak. Oh. I will just make a stone one. It's fine. Boop. Beep, 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 beep. It was always you. Okay. Yeah. Maybe I'll make it one wider? I think I might make it one wider. Oh, man. It's even better. I don't know what I'm crying for. I don't think I could love you more. I'll be good, but baby, gimme, gimme, gimme. Cool. I need to go get glowstone at some point. But for now, I might leave it like that. Nope, nope, come here. Go over there. Do I not have moss blocks? Oh, my trees grew. Sycamore. Cool. This one hasn't grown yet because it's not, it doesn't have enough room, I think. Where am I gonna get moss from? I feel like Star has moss near their house. Maybe not. Birch forest. Orchard. Damn, that's a big claim. I don't even think is my claim that big? I can't tell. Where would I get moss from? Other than going all the way back out to the lush caves, which I don't want to do. Compact has a house over there. I don't think I've visited Compact's house yet. Oh, Wacky has his stuff out there. Cool. Oh. Where would I get moss blocks from? Lush Caves, Pale Garden. I don't want to go to a lush cave though. I guess I can look if there's one nearby. Oh, there's one not far. Okay, never mind. I don't know how I feel about this song. I don't really want to listen to like country. I think I have to go down though, won't I? Oh no, no, that's not how math works. It's possible though. I was questioning whether I closed the door for milk or not, but I think I did. These boots are nice, but the only problem is I can't go fast because it's very bumpy. Very bumpy, chat. Maybe Nana Slug would like Podzol. That's outrageous though. I want to give him moss though. Is there a lush cave over here? Hey, let me in. Is it below me? It's probably below, huh? Ow. I'll just take some Podzol, I think. I think because Podzol would look nice. Oh, it needs... Oh. Oh! Oh, because it's not... Oh, because it's stone. Oh! It's not dirt. That's okay. Oh, wait, is it? It's not, because it just gives me cobblestone. Does I have a waystone? No. No waystone here? This was a waste of my time. And I forgot to mark down where that lush cave was, I think. Oh, it's this way. My finger hurts. Ow. Where was that? What is this? Oh, that's a dragon's thing. I didn't mark it. No. Okay, there's that beach that I went to. What was that lush cave that I found? The fuck is that? It was after we went here. Oh, there's another one here. What the fuck? It's like a tower of some sort. Flower fields. I remember the flower fields. Bamboo forest. And there's the beach. Is it? No, that's not it. Oh, boys, no, nothing. It's this part. Create waypoint. Lush caves. Dark green, confirm. We can't make waystones, can we? Warpstone. I have amethyst. I just don't have ender eyes. Are there any endermen around? I think there is one. If I look at the map right, is that an enderman? Yeah, there's 2 endermen on the map. Where are you? You go. Oh, hey. Can I have your eyeball, please? 2 per enderman would be really awesome, but I know you'll probably only give me 1. There's 1. Alright, now I have 2. I need 1 more. I see 1. I see them. I'm just gonna make a waystone over there because I don't really want to have to sail all the way back out there just to get to a lush cave. You go. Oh, there you are. I'm sorry. I need your eyeball. Oh, he dropped fragments. I don't think fragments are gonna work. I think I need more fragments or another eyeball, I think is what I need to do. Isn't there another one? It's under Compact's house. Wonder if he's up there in the tree. Oh no, he's gone. Oh, okay. How do we get up? How do I get up into Compact's house? Well, that's a long ways down. Okay, well. I'm just gonna teleport back to my house. Teleport to waypoint. What's this? Sugar cane. Don't leave me. Did this break my sugar cane? I hear an enderman. Hello? Oh. I don't want to kill you. You've been stuck there for a while. I kind of like you. I guess I'll wait for another enderman to come, I guess. Ow. I'm gonna break a block, man. I'll break this tree. Leave me alone. Nice. Okay, well I can't get that stick. That's fine. I'm just gonna kill this enderman, I think, because he's just stuck in here, so. Oh, there you are. I realized you could have teleported out of there. I don't know why you never did. More ender pearl shards. What do I do with these? Oh, I just need 4. Cool. Hi, Milk. I'm home. I didn't get you any grass, though. Or moss. I'll get you some more moss soon, okay? And then I think I need to go upstairs. Let me go up. I need this guy, and then I need to go into the ores chest for this. So that way I can make... I need obsidian? This is what I have to say about that. Well, what is this? Waystone enchanted, not waystone common. I don't know what those are. Ow, my finger. This is not the lush caves I was at. I mean, this is also a cool lush cave. This is not the one I was at. This is not the one I was at. What was the one I was at? Oh, my finger. Isn't it like around here somewhere? What's the lush caves I was at? To get clay. Pumpkin field. Where is it? Dude, it has to be around here somewhere. Well, I was really close to it. I was really close to it over here, I think. I could have sworn. Maybe it's over here? Is it around here? No. Another immune understand. Hi, Ronald. Ronald the Witch. Where is my lush caves? I specifically want the one I found. Oh, it's not this way. I remember passing by this thing. I don't remember going through this, though. I remember this thing. Maybe I came down this way? In the end of the night to the night, who will tell the story of your life? Man, I don't remember shit. Yeah, it's definitely not this one. This is definitely not it. Okay, so if that's not it, we just gotta backtrack, chat. We just gotta backtrack. Isn't wanted holy? Where was it? Oh yeah, it's gotta be in between here and here, because that's where we were. Unless it was. and into the night. Ooh. I don't remember any of this. Fuck. Oh, dude, where the fuck was I that I found that? I'm so confused. Oh, you know what? I have an idea. Unless my head's covering it. I was thinking I could go back in my VOD and check the coordinates that I was at. Who will remember your last goodbye? Negative 2786. Negative 2786. It was like over here somewhere then. Bioshroom, redwoods. Negative 3. Negative 337. Negative 3. It'd be like in here somewhere, I think. 27. Yeah, it'd be like over here somewhere. 27. Oh wait, it says I was like. It says I was like over here somewhere. Yeah, and there's the capuchin monkeys. Wait, was it in here? No. Where is it? Creepers. Where was I? Native 66? Yeah, it was just a little alcove in here somewhere. Apparently. Hold on. Where's that lush cave? It ain't so. There's a lush cave like right here. But this is not the one that I went into earlier. What? Right? I don't think so, at least. Oh, it's not this way. Yeah, it's not this one. It's over here. I think it's right here. Is it this one? Oh, this is a ravine into one. Fuck. Bruh. I did not fuck it up that much for me to be losing it this quickly. What do you mean? What do you mean I fucking lost it? I remember, okay, I remember the leafcutter ants. Where are the leafcutter ants? I passed them, okay. Oh, it's not that one either. It's just like a little pocket. What the fuck? Where did I find the lush caves? Where was my little hole into the lush caves? Am I blind? Was it really that area? I don't think it was, though. I found a goose. No, this is definitely not it. It ain't so. Negative 2766. Okay, so go 66. Oh, too far. 7, 8. Okay, okay, right there, right there. And the 3, 3. Was it right here? Is this it? Or was it 3381? 3, 3. This area. Was it this one? Yeah, it's right here. Cool. Jesus. Lush caves. My hair and change my name. No, I want to delete this one. Delete. Okay, cool. I need some mouse. Ooh. Oh, this is stressful. Oh. Oh! Okay. Not what I was hoping for. Very much not what I was... Okay, well, you know what? I'm just gonna... Whoop. I see, okay. I'll have a quesadilla. Okay, maybe I shouldn't do this stupid. Mine's a little open. Rockstars are living in time, but it's 16 cars. I'm easy and the drugs come cheap. Just won't eat enough. Whoa, that's cool. A beach blonde hair and a hey, hey, I wanna be a rock star. Oops. I just want this to fall cleanly. Actually, I guess it doesn't matter once it gets to the bottom, though. Be nice, though. What? Oh, with me, I'm free. I'm fearless. Leave. that should fix that. I gotta start breaking all this away. Nope. Nope. Yep. Mellow out. Oh, mellow out, you wobber. Yeah, there we go. Yes. Very pretty, very good. With me, I'm free. I think I need 6. So I'll take it from here. All right. May have cheated a little bit, but you know what? It'll save us so much time in the long run. I promise. Oops. Alright, Milk. We have gotten you your moss blocks. Is Dagon still here? Dagon is still here. Let's go. Me, I'm free. I was like, maybe I'll give him some water in here. But then I was like, what if he drowns? Can slugs drown? I feel like slugs can drown. They get like overhydrated or something. Was it an old taiga biome? Leave. Old growth tall forest where their food is plenty. I think that's a spruce tree. I can't tell. Old growth pine, taiga, old growth spruce. Okay, we'll use. What are you? I have spruce blocks. That one. Spruce. Oops. There we go. Boop, boop. We'll get lights for you soon, buddy. I have to go to the nether to go get some glowstone, but for now, this will do, I think. Milk? Milk. Hang down here. There you go, Milk. Cool. Cool. Alright. Now I can leave this door open again and go see Dagon. Dagon! Hi, Dagon! How you doing, buddy? We gotta get you a mate. But before I get you a mate, we gotta make soul gems, dude. I don't know how the fuck to make those yet. How the fuck do we get soul gems? How do you make a soul gem? How do you make soul gems? Occultism? I gotta look in the occultism book. Rip. Okay. I'll do that later, Dagon. We gotta build our house first, Dagon. Or maybe have guests over for Friendsgiving. Salt dust, infinity ham. Infinity ham can go. Oh fuck! I forgot. I have like 20 things in my backpack. Ooh, I have a fridge now. I have a fridge. I have a tiny little mini fridge. Boop. I think it makes water into ice. Boop 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 boop. Sycamore. I'm gonna have to start getting a different block. Oh no, I can upgrade the tier upgrade, right? So the tier upgrade. Oh yeah, I can make it. It's gonna need blocks. Fuck. I guess it needs less blocks if I start with copper. Copper. What's this? Smelter's pellet bag. Ooh, 6 more copper ingots. I need like a block, so there's 1 block. Ooh. Long fox ears. These dyeable? They are dyeable. Ooh. Boop. Haha. I could wear these instead. Interesting. Let me ask my mod a question. What is? You're free. Can have 2 head slots. Wear more than... I can't type. My hands are cold. More than a hat. Okay. My hands are so cold. Okay. I love. Did I plant my carrots? I did, but it's winter, so they're gonna grow a lot slower, I think. I think that's how that works. I also haven't been on Minecraft, so it's also a factor. Will you go home, tell me why? Can't you be at home tonight and lay with me inside? On the side. Boop. I really did sort this, huh? Alright, let me put the stuff that I did. Probably won't need to sort in here. Nowhere to go, so I lay here instead with my symptoms of sorrow and dread. Said it before, but again and again, I love her. Kind of want another dual chest, but I don't know where I'd put it, I guess. Guess I could put like one here. I kind of don't like blocking myself in like that. Right. I put my backpack downstairs. There we go. I could also make the blocks just down here, actually. I also need to replace these with spruce. I'm gonna do that really quick. Hold on. Oh my god, my hands are so cold. Chat. My hands are gonna fall off, bruh. I'll set it but fade, but again and again. Where's the spruce chest? Oh, there it is. Boop, boop. Oh, it doesn't have anything in it. These don't have anything in them. Nope, not you. Oop, not you. Not you or you. Oops. I think there's a guy stuck in here. Bloop. There you go. Boop, boop, boop. Alright, let's just put these in our inventory. I'll put trinkets in here, I guess. Oh, stop. Oh, man. This thing. And then this one can have armor, I think. Boop-a-doop. Boop. Falling. Yes, that's fine. And then hats, weapons. And then we got furniture. I honestly think it should be. Oh, and I can do this now and not creative. I just need to go upstairs. I need my supperose. My supperose. Supperose-a-deuces. I'm kind of hungry. No, that's wrong. I'm peckish. But I think that's because I drank my advancedgg and it has weed in it. Is falling. Okay. This one. I think, yeah, we'll take. I need like a sorting chest. Hi, Milk. What is that? Milk, what is that? Milk. What is this, Milk? Banana slug slime? What do I do with banana slug? Oh, okay. I guess I just have some banana slug slime now. Stretch, okay. I want to say hi to my friends. Hi, my friend streaming. Hi, my friend. Ooh, Moa's doing art. The sky is falling. Oh, Nicto's doing stuff. Kazi's doing stuff. Co-smitten. Alright, I feel better now. Except I forgot what I'm doing. Oh, it's the... Okay, I remember. Do I want to put all this stuff downstairs? I might. Because if we do that, then I can... I think I might want to do that. We will just be my knees, I shade them. Does anybody else have more than a snack? You do. Alive. Alright, how much copa? Alive. 3. We need 8. Okay. Doing this wrong. I want dirt in this chest. In 2014, now I have blue. And then I want this to be in here. This could go in here. I have blocks of dirt. Hats. And then I want organic blocks in there. And then you can have this one. I mean, 2014, dye my hair blue. Oh, I should have kept my axe. That's okay. Goob. Thank you. No, I'm gonna have more of the other ones, so this needs to go in here. Not yet, actually. I want to upgrade it, and then I want to do that. Eyes on me, all eyes on me. Hands down, pray for me. Hands down now, pray for me. 4. I think I'm gonna have to put more in the smelter. Oh, not this one. Dish one. Dish one, dish one, dish one. But then we get to go downstairs. Milky's just kind of been hanging out there. I hope he's okay. I hope he likes his new home. Boop. Boop, boop, boop. Yeah, I can put building blocks in there as well. Boop. Granite. This one. These guys. I keep snow. I keep snow. Boop, boop. Boop, boop. Hope you guys are having a good day, by the way. I hope you enjoy vibing, just hanging out. You know, today's just kind of a chill day. I didn't have much planned, honestly. I was gonna do a little bit of art, but then I decided not to, because I was like, eh. But I hope you're having fun. Just hanging, just vibing, just having a chill Friday. Very chill Friday. I have so much XP. Everything, this, look in my eyes, don't be scared. Oh, that's what I'm doing. There's fire, the ocean's rising like I give a shit. Boop. We're downstairs, dupe. That side, this one. This is a building block. This is also a build. Nope. Lush dirt. Cobblestone. More dirt. Okay, now I gotta wait for the thing. Oh, actually, I could just go to the other chest and put the wood blocks in here. Okay, this one. And glass. Do I not have any other blocks of this stuff? Nope. Nope. Damn. Okay. Do it. Give. Thank you. Alright, cool. I guess I'll just leave this in here then for now. I don't want to take this. I guess I don't really have one decided, so stone blocks. Fucking hands up. Give me the spruce. I need to make more. I put my sticks though. I think I put them upstairs. Frick. Yeah, I did. I put them in here. I need to have like a drop off chest. I'll have one of those, I guess, after I'm done organizing. Oh, it's on me. Goob. Where are my sticks? Where are my sticks? So much. Or blocks. Oh, this is like different. This is oak versus a spruce sign. Okay, well. Stone blocks. guess I could put ores in this chest. But... Oops. Oh man, let me get my axe. Give. You are weird orange, which means you should give. Okay, maybe not. Oh. And then... It's kind of bugging my brain that all my chests are different colors, but I think it'll be okay. Boop, boop. Ores. Done. Boop, 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 boop. Not you guys. Not you either. Or you, to be honest. I need you guys. These ones are cool. I think. Actually, I could replace. Oh, fuck. Okay, I could have done that, I guess. Boop, 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 boop. Keep. Oh, fuck. Okay. Fuck. No. You buggy it up. Where's the chest? God dang it. Give. Oh, there you are. Oop. I forgot what I was doing. Fuck. No, I remember. Okay. Maybe I should make the blocks on top of each other instead, actually. That might be a good idea, Elaine. And then this can be the hatch chest. This can be the armor chest. Ores, ores. Ores, ores, ores. Ores. Bloop, 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 bloop. And then this one. Bloop. Boop. Oh, the Infernium. Infernium! And then the hats. Not you or you. Where is the armor chest that you are? And then more hats. And more hats. And more armor. And break you. Oh, break. There we go. There we go. And then we take these guys. And put those in there for now. And then I make this. Ores. Organic blocks. Actually, I could make 2 of the stack upgrades. Actually, that might be better. Bookmark. Wood and iron. Iron, iron, iron. Where's my iron? One of you has my iron. So ask me, do I have my iron? Or is that upstairs still? It was still upstairs. Cool. How many? 5? And then how to make the normal stack? It is logs. I need more logs. Sure. Actually, let me do, can't I just use, can I use these logs? Oh, this song is gonna make me fall asleep. Next one. Different music. October. Oh, got it. OCT. Got it. Stormlocks. He letting her down, but I ain't letting her down. Got another hit, and the change around. Do it away. Bye. Hi wife. How are you doing? I love you. Hello. I am just playing the Minecraft, having a very chill, quiet day. I hope you're doing okay. Hi. Hi. Oh, fuck, I ran out of space. Bloop, 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 bloop. I'm doing. That's understandable. I love you. And it's nice to see you here. Where did that thing go that I had? I had a thing. I had a thing, and now it's gone because I don't know where I put it. Yay! Do you have any plans for this weekend? I saw that Peach was hosting a movie night. That's cool. I don't know where I put the upgrade. Frick! I put the upgrade somewhere now. I don't know where I put it. I really need it. Oh, it's gonna drive me nuts. Oh, I put it. Oh, thank God. Okay. Yeah, Peach wants to host stuff for me, so I don't have to worry about anything. That makes sense. That's very nice. That's very nice. That makes sense. That way your community can still, like, hang out and stuff, which is awesome. But yeah, no, everybody's understanding, you know? We all get it. Anytime, we'll wait for you. A lot of us will wait eons for you, love. I need 3 more iron. Or copper. Give me the copper. Baby, that's my favorite too. Love cartoon dogs, baby. I love Scooby-Doo. I'll put this in here for now. I'll put the rest of the... This one. I like keeping emeralds on. Okay, well, not right now. You're gonna get murdered tonight. Oops. Yeah, you finish up that stack. Leave me alone. What? Oh, I didn't need to do all of those. Fuck. I thought I did. I'm going to beat the two devils. God dang it. I need 2 iron blocks. I need 4 iron blocks. Why are you blinking so much? I've got something in my eye. Here, let me get it out. 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2. Boop. Nice. Sword. Boop. And wha-bam. Nice. Oh, wait. Oh, I fucked up. I'm ready choose this life. Oh, fuck. Okay, give me this. I forgot I wanted to do the iron block part too. This one. So I drank about 5 cups of licorice tea during my shift. That sounds actually really good. Was it good? Did you enjoy it? What's that taste like? I feel like that doesn't... Kind of sounds good. How do I make the iron one? I'll pucker up. I'm not only pumping myself up to love. Sort. God damn. Okay, there we go. There's so much dirt. Hopefully I'll need it for something in the future, but... Here's your fright now. I don't need it for a lot. Arranging. Yeah, a lot less iron for this than I thought I did. Boop. There we go. Okay. One more up there. Where is my spruce? Spruce. Is Egyptian licorice, so it's a light cinnamon. That sounds awesome. That sounds awesome. I hope that was nurturing for the soul for you, Kiwi. That sounds great. Found it. I'm just hanging out playing Minecraft. We're having a very chill stream today. That's the next the tool. Did I give away my money? No. Put my tools in here. Put this in here. This is gonna go into the stone blocks chest. Healing the world with comedy. It's supposed to be good for your throat, and I woke up barely able to breathe. Yikes! Are you sickies? Is there allergies? Are you okay? Are we gonna have to postpone One Piece? We're gonna have to postpone to One Piece? It's a very quiet day today. I hope everybody's having a good one. I hope everybody be okay. Boop. Trinkets, weapon, this. Okay. Trinket. What? Literal difference, man. I don't want to throw those away. Into a bar. What is this? Sticks and stones bag. Boop. Cool. I don't know what to do with this stick. It's a tin stick, so I'll put it in there. Wanna be an agent of change, and I use the privilege for the good. Very cool. Way to go. Whoa. Diamond seeds. I've got a scratchy throat, but I feel better otherwise. That's good. Oh! I'm sleeping. I can't sleep. There's too many people on the server. Another way about without standing on the sidelines. I got a banana slug and I named him Milk, by the way. I think it's pretty cool. No Sandra Bullock in the limelight. Oh, there's all my spruce. Jesus, I was wondering where my spruce went. Tools. This is furniture stuff. You are not, though. You go in here for now. Did I put it in here? Ores? No, I want that side to be the furniture stuff. In a house that's full of smoke, don't panic. Call me and I'll tell you a joke. Stole my cloaks. Yeah, 3 is as tall as I think I want to make them, because once I make them 4, it's gonna be rough. Okay. Dispel burning toast. You're covered in stroke or overcooking your toast. House that's full of smoke, don't panic. Call me and I'll tell you a joke. See white dressed in white cloaks, don't panic. Striped rubber ring. Increase swim speed. Cool. What is this eye? There's an eye thing? It's an eldritch gem? Whoa! I want eldritch spell power. I don't know how to get eldritch spell power, but I want that. I'm trying to warm up my hands again, because my hands are freezing. I know what I've gotta do. Healing the world with comedy. I need my axe back. Rinse metaphorically. Give back. And now I'm back on my feet. Actually. Ooh, give me this. Maybe easier just to break it. I don't know why I just keep trying to pick it up. Give it. Thank you. Sort. Oh, no, I don't want to sleep. I don't want to sleep. Any ores left? No. Okay, this one. Leave me alone. Oh, this could be... Ooh. What do I want to do that? Do I want to do ores on top or do what? Bob drops on top is fine. I'm gonna probably go into the ore chest more, so having it below is fine. This one, and then we're gonna split whether it's like farm animal drops or not. Which most of these are not, so. Full noodle of distant battles. Boop. I don't know what this song is. This one, this one, this one. Going here. Boop, 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 boop. What a loud ass fucking car. Is this wool? What is wool? Weapons. I just realized. Oh, the depot chest is gonna have to be down here, huh? Okay, I'm gonna have to make like a separate chest then for that, I think. I need a tools chest. Weapons. I could put a... I don't know where I want to put my tools chest. Because I have my weapon chest, my armor chest, my trinket chest. I think I know. I think I know how I want to do this actually. Spruce. Boop, 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 boop. I want trinkets to go up there. Dude, I saw this song reminds me today when I went to the store. I looked across the street and there was a truck that had the most suspended wheels I've ever seen in my life. Like, it was like, here's the truck, right? Here's the truck and it has a trailer bed, right? And then, like, I think the wheel goes here, right? And there's the door and stuff. Whatever, right? And, like, you could see, like, the jack things, like, here. And then the tires were, like pretty big. Okay, like this big. Right? And then you could see, like, the little thing that they used to, like, get up on it. And I was like, God damn! Can hide under that car. Can't hide shit under that car either. The cops, if you were like, haha, I'm gonna hide shit underneath this car. No, you can't. No, you fucking can't, you know? It's like, it was so suspended. It was actually kind of goofy. Where'd my sticks go? I lost my sticks. Also, this doesn't need to be in here. my sticks? Where did sticks go? I had like 33 sticks. I've lost my sticks. I am sad. Still nighttime. It is still nighttime. Where did my sticks go? Been sading. I'm gonna break all the chests that are up here as well. Leave me alone, Phantom. Can't get me. I'm fast as fuck, boy. In and out. Right. You're gonna miss. And I'm gonna hide back in my house. And my basement that is into my house, but you know. Shrugs. Spruce chest. Alright, I want this to be the tools chest. Ready. And then this one. Oh, there's my sticks. I'm over carbon shading. That's not what goes there. My sticks, yippee! Sading. Hi, Chandler. How are you doing today? Hope you're having a lovely, lovely day. These are mob drops. I don't know what I'm gonna put there. Organic blocks. These are going to be furniture items. Thanks. What? I didn't do anything. Why are you thanking me? I didn't do nothing. I'm just hanging out with you. Just existed. My hands are cold again though. Cries. Oh, no, find your heart like halfway through the drive at night. Just make signs. Okay. Do I like that? Are there any other types of signs? Did I make all these signs for a silly reason? Maybe. Whoa! A reclaimed diamond crown? How does that have to do with signs? A true sign of wealth and power. I see. But canvas sign. I make a canvas sign. That's more work. Okay, it doesn't just use a sign. That's unfortunate. Alcohols and my friends come home for Christmas and all. Ooh, I wouldn't mind trying a signpost. What does signpost mean? I not have. Oh. Give. Okay, so this one would be like. Oh, you can't shift click put them on things though. Okay. Oh, out the darkness I inherited from dad. Now I am. This is going to be armor. This is going to be tools. Weapons. Enchanted armor. Enchanted weapons. Armor enchanted. Oh, the other half was you. Yeah. I want them to be on the same level, so... Oh, yeah, no, that makes sense, because this will just be armor. Well, this will be trinkets. Yeah. Then we have to take only the armor out of here, though. Dream each night of some version of you that I might not have, but I did not lose. Now your tire tracks and one Pair of shoes. Hi, Shippy! Thank you for the streak. I hope you're having a great Friday. Well, come on in. Thank you for coming in. I hope you're having a wonderful one. Whoopie doopie doo. And then armor goes here. And then the enchanted armor goes up one. I think there's a mob outside with a backpack again. Where's my sword? Saw you streaming, so it's Pookie's B-Day. I saw you streaming, so wanted to pop in. Oh, tell him I said happy birthday. And thank you so much for stopping by. It means a lot to me. Who's got this backpack? Did you leave me alone? I hate winter. I'm going back downstairs. I can hear it. I think he's behind that wall. On your side, next to you. Yes, this backpack needs to get unloaded. Hi, Bunby! Welcome on in. How are you doing today? Hope you're doing well. Ooh, oh, it's a jester's hat. I thought it was a wizard's hat. Hat of discipline. Oh, I thought that was a cow hat. I got so excited. Sad face. A lot of this is like plant stuff, so I'm gonna put these outside. You hear my call. Red heather, poppy, this one. Tea blossom. Nope, not you. Palm sapling. Dun dun. Oh man. Oh, already a full chest. I'm gonna start eating stuff. I gotta start eating stuff, chat. I'll eat the stew. I will eat this stew. Am's good. I got meatloaf for dinner tonight. Very yum. Ooh, that sounds delicious. I hope it fills your belly up just right. Potion of water breathing. Cool. Oh, I need this backpack to come downstairs with me. Ooh. Ooh. Okay, it's not the backpack. Okay, cool. Shine your heart. What is this? It's food? Oh, food can stay in the backpack, I think. Plant, plant, food, food, plant. Sword, sword. Oops. This is the tools chest lane. Tools, weapon, weapon. Armor. Boop, boop. Tools. And I made my backpack so disorganized. You don't belong in there, you belong in here. Boop. Palm drops. This one, this one, this one, this one, this one. This one. She shells can be placed. Armor. Oh, one of these should be fancy armor, actually. Is it this one? No. Damn. Oh, wait. How am I drinking? The new one up there. I'm also very excited. I'm buying this stuff for my PC tonight. It's gonna arrive tomorrow. The graphic cards come someday, though. Understandable. That's exciting, though. I'm very excited for you. Congratulations. I'm excited for your new PC. If you need any help setting it up, just let me know. Many of us here in chat are good with computers. There's another she shell in there. I'm turning the music off. It is off. Where's this music coming from? There's some fucking... Where's this music coming from? Did it literally just stop? What the fuck? What the fuck? Okay. Okay. Other outstretched for you. My fingertips. magic for now. Elaine, Pookie gave me Minecraft since I did not have it, so I joined the world, and now I'm just slave labor? What do you mean? What do you mean, should we go get a hot and ready Little Caesars pizza? Yes. That sounds delicious. Gems. Okay, cool. This is magic. I think you should. I have so much stuff in my inventory. Rune etching, huh? Knife, flint, steel. Weapons. Trinkets. Actually, I want to make sure I keep this trinket on me. I want my compass. Heart of the sea. I'm building farms, like iron farms, food farms. Damn! Damn! They're making you do everything. I'm so sorry. But hey, at least they'll look probably beautiful. Boop. Oh, yeah, I want to keep those apples on me. Boop, 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 boop. Boop, boop. Mob drop, mob drop. It's so funny, all the Little Scissors Brennan stuff around here, like my business classes are in a building named after the founder. Dude, that's cool. I live in a hobbit hole. It's just what happens, you know? You gotta farm the stuff, and then eventually you'll have so much stuff that you can just make whatever. I kind of live in a hole in the ground as well. This is just my basement, because I haven't, because I keep, I don't know, I keep forgetting to work on the main part of my house, which this was like the main part of my house, but I'm kind of just in the basement a lot. Because this is where I have all my crafting stuff. Maybe I should move it, though, at some point. I don't know. I can feel you all around me, in the air I'm breathing. I live in a spooky witch house next to a gingerbread house. You do. I like your house. Oh, that gem doesn't go in there. That's not an ore, boy. This thing is an ores. I'm holding on to what I'm feeling. This can go in here. I'd like my boat to stay in here. Boop, 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 boop. More trinkets. More trinkets. Boop, boop. Armor. Horse armor. Armor enchanted. My hat. Oh, I do have, some, what do you call it? Obsidian. I didn't realize I had that. You can guess 100 boys and bars. Shoot another shot, just stop the feeling. Input. Oh, interesting. I should start saving my stuff to a USB for transfer when I set up the PC. I know that there's programs that help you do that. I just don't know what they're called. I think there's better ways to do it than USB transfer. I just don't remember what they are because it's been so long since I've done it personally. It's a kind of love affair and I cry. It's not fair. Thinking this one, 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 this one. Oh, oh. Okay, there you go. This one. I think a lot of the rest of these are plant stuff. This. These. String. This guy. Bleeding hearts! Oh my god, I hope I can put those in pots. I really hope I can put that in a pot. Well, I don't have a lot to transfer, mainly worried about Minecraft worlds and art saves, etc. Everything else is like Steam games are downloadable and login stuff. That's fair. Then yeah, I would probably start doing that a day ahead of time at the very least. On the bottom right. I'm in the middle of the night. Transfer matching to storage. Mustard. Interesting. Okay. Oh, this enhancer relic. I'll put this in trinkets. Also, the song is low-key sad. This part. It is. It is. I've seen so many edits of this song. It just makes me sad. But it's a fucking banger, though. To be fair, at the very least. More horse armor. I have enchanted armor. Look, I have a leather enchanted set. Very cool. And then I have 2 music upgrades, which I don't know what to do with. Cave tablet, huh? I don't want to switch stuff. Oh, I forgot to put those in there. Boop, boop, boop. And gems. And then whoop. Varden shard, even though it's moving. When we're alone. I don't know what to do with salt dust. Oh, the cracked eldritch gem. Yes, I apologize. I forgot. Oh, this is like underground loot. I'm back in invasion. Oh, the sunglasses. Spellcasting sunglasses of health. Interesting. I'm gonna put this in trinkets because it's cool. I need my tools. Where did my axe go? My axe in the backpack? No. Where did my axe go? I already what the fuck? How did I lose my axe? Oh, there it is. Okay. Bones, that day I found you lying at the lake. Okay, tools, extra tools. These are tools as well. And this one go there. This... Oh, I like that there. Boop. Extra tools. I'm gonna stop putting shit in this backpack, honestly. The more stuff I put in this backpack that's like just loot, the harder it is to like make sure that it like all stays together. Or stays nice and tidy, I should say. Boop. Is the rest of this just plant stuff? This is not plant stuff. Paper can go in the magic chest. What hats we gonna get from this common loot bag? I think that was a brain. A villager nose. Meh. We got meh hats. Lying at the lake, said to make you feel like you're worth it. Oh, yeah, I kind of want salt dust to go upstairs, honestly. From the time. Singular chest. Sort. Put this here, put this here. I'm gonna put these in here as well. This needs to go in my backpack, which will go next to you. My boat. My extra boat. I'm gonna put a saddle in here. Hello. Or? Which one? Pot stickers. Can I have a hug? Can I have a hug? Okay. Have received the hug. You want a small morsel of my cookie? Why you don't like these ones?
Yeah, but I haven't tried it one time.
No, you tried it. You still like the chocolate ones more.
Yeah, sometimes I don't like this. I just prefer the chocolate.
That's fine.
Let's do a cookie.
We went to Trader Joe's and we got ginger cookies. I've never had them before, but I kind of like them. Sleep token, my love. Roses. Cool. Can I sleep yet? Nope. Okay. Chest. Yeah, boy. I gotta go see him again when I have the money in this time and decency's cough the pick off. I mean, I hope you can get him. I hope for you, Bumby, that you can get tickets to them that are actually cheaper than you were hoping. So that way, you can have a little money for merch or something. Sword. This is the enchanted one. These are special ones. Boop. And then extra. I want these two. Like, that's what I get for 2020 hindsight. One side. God needed, then I understand. I'm glad you came. Stick to me like caramel. Walk inside me. Ooh, yeah, more weapons. Whoop, whoop, whoop. An extra this. All the clay balls in the world. Oh, wait, no. I want to keep this dirt in there. Boop, 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 boop. Oh, right, because I was going to do the windows next. That's what I was doing. I was like, why did I get so much sand? Retaliate like before. Alright. Time to go back outside. Dancing alone to the rhythm. Ages of prison. Beautiful nightmare. A war nutrition. I know what that means. A war nutrition. I know what that means. Pixels taught me what that meant. Yeah, I didn't give it. I don't think it was gonna give it to me. That's okay. I guess I could start making glass stuff, and then let's see. If that's the case, I need my this. And then I need to decide what the floor is. If it's gonna be, I think it should be the same as what the floor is now. Yeah. Oak, cornered oak planks. Ooh, this is cute. I mean, it doesn't match the architecture here, but it's cute. I need oak. I don't think we have any oak planted. The gravestones are broken. There was items on these. Oh, that's unfortunate. That's okay. Come here, Golden Freddy. I'm gonna go in the house now. Excuse me. I did not invite you in, you ass butt. Get out of here. Thank you. I want Freddy to go on the fridge. I want Golden Freddy though. But maybe I didn't. I mean, I could do windows next. I wouldn't mind making, the roof. Or the second floor? Because that's what I want to do, right? Let me look at the... Yeah, it'll have a second and third floor, I think. Or I can make... Ooh, I don't really know, because, like, I made a basement for all my loot. And I don't know if that was a good idea, because now I kind of was hoping, like, I work here instead of I work down there. I didn't really think this through, I think. Oops. Okay, well, I'll think about it more in like 2 seconds. Where's my oak saplings? Yeah. About it going on. Going on. Yo ass, but that's amazing, right? That's just usually what I call things when I'm mad at them. Cup? I didn't want a cup. I wanted a pot. What's a cup gonna do? Compact. Like, what's a cup? What do I do with a cup? Oh, I can make, like, tea with it. Oh. Oh. Do I have... How do you cook bamboo? Make a drink? Yeah, I guess so. Can I use the cup for anything else, though? Excuse me. I was looking at stuff. I guess I could just cook bamboo. Oh, I think I got some. Bamboo. I think I have some in here. Yeah, I do. I think... What the fuck broke my sugar cane, though? That's my real question. Because I wanted to grow some sugar cane, and it broke. So that means I might have to make a greenhouse for my sugar cane, maybe? Oh, wait, I have a campfire. That's why I was out here. Boop, boop. I don't know. I could cook sugar cane like this. Or bamboo like that. But to make that, don't I have to make it in something? I'm gonna need a stove. I don't even have a roof. I don't want to make me a stove. Oh, good thing I'm making bricks. Okay. Ow. I'll put this down here. I'm gonna grab this guy, because I think he's pretty. Yay! That's pretty. I like it. Picasso. Now I have cooked bamboo, which I'll do something with eventually. I'll make some bamboo tea in a minute. More coal. Thinking about my house. I think I will do probably the windows next, to be fair. I need more sand. Where did all my sand go? I thought I grabbed the sand from down here. Did I just grab one? Give me a stack. And then give me this. You know, these. And then give me my spruce. Isn't... Can I make a thing? Cutting board? How do I make a cutting board? It's logs and then sticks. Or planks and then sticks. Boop, boop. Boop, boop. Boop, boop. And then I need a knife. Intricate flint knife of distant battles. Or a golden knife. I guess I'll use a gold knife. I'll just put this on the floor for now. Oh, maybe with a... What do you mean, maybe with a different tool? Oh, it's with an axe, isn't it? Oops. There you go. Give me my axe back. Boop, boop. I don't like how I had to wait like 20 years for my stone axe to come out. It's like a little animation of it like slowly rising up. Is that not how that works? What? Is that not how that works? Oh, it's all around. Okay, got it. I'm gonna make more sticks. I could make more sticks, chat. I don't have nearly enough sticks. I had like 33, but I guess we used them all. That only gives me 2. Oh, fuck. That's fine. We'll see how many they make. 8. Wait, I wanted to make something else with them, though. Ooh, did I do it wrong? I think I did it wrong. I wanted the half ones, I think. Stripped spruce. I wanted these ones. How do I make these ones? Those? Oh. Oh. Okay. Shoot. Okay, well, I have those. Boop, boop, boop. Okay, and then boop, boop, boop. And then this. Huh? I don't know how. Oh, it's all around it. Okay. I think I want 3 tall windows. That or 2 tall windows, I'm not really sure. Oops. I think I want 2 tall windows, actually. I think they're cuter that way. I might bring my ceiling down 1. Or the height of my house down 1. I feel like it's too tall. 1, 2. I think I need more sticks. I do need more sticks. See contact. Boop. 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 Whoa, Gamba, you got 8, half of them now. Fuck yeah. Maybe you could get the Thanksgiving hat soon. Hang on. I think I made my house too tall. How tall is it in here? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, I made it 1 too tall. Okay. That's fine, I can fix that. My axe. I can't get up there. Oh. Man, your character is short. Yep, I'm a block tall. It was 5? Was it 5 in the picture? 1, 2, 3, 4. It's 5. Okay, cool. Yeah, 1, 2, 3. Is this spruce? 4, and then, yeah, and then we do this one. Boop, 5. Boop. Ow. Oh, fuck. Oh, fuck. Wrong fucking block. This is why we have the bridging mod, so that way short people can still build. Boop. Gib. Gibbet! Gibbet! Oh my god. Okay. I wish I had ladders. Oh, wait, I can make those because I have bamboo. Hold on. Hold on, let me get those. I don't want the dark mage to take my stuff. Boop, boop. Boop. Okay. I can make the things with the bamboo. The scaffolding. Where's the scaffolding? Okay, I gotta look it up. Scaffolding is this. Okay, sure. Okay. Where is my bamboo? 12. Okay, cool. It's only half. Take this. Take what? What's this? Spectre boots? Allows flight. The struggle is for character development. But thank you. I'm gonna fly? How do I fly? Whoa! Oh my god, this is scary. Ow! Okay, well, that's actually quite helpful. Boop. Whee! Hey, I did it. I did it without hurting myself. Woohoo! There we go. And then I just have to fix that one. Yeah, this is a lot more manageable, I think. I think I made it a bit too tall. RKS? Yes. Yes, it is. I just know songs. Sometimes I don't really know the bands, but yes. I have a very wide range of taste in music. In this house? Yes. You have all kinds of music will play in this house. And the devil said hit. I saw them twice in concert, once in Colorado and Red Rocks, and in New York radios. Ooh, very cool. You are very well versed in the concerts, the music concerts. I hope it's really cool. Another art style. Don't think it is in Photoshop, but it a Photoshop file. Leave yourself. Oh well. What was the block I'm looking for? It's one of the moss ones, isn't it? What? Yeah. How do I make that block? How do you make the, what is it called? The thick inlay mossy cobblestone. Thick inlay mossy cobblestone. Stonemason's workbench? Can you not make it on the other one? I guess not. How do you make this? Okay. This. We need this. Iron crafting table logs. Iron crafting table logs. Boop. Crafting table. Boop, 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 boop. Right? Oh, and clay. Give me. Boop. Oh, I have to change these back. There we go. Boop. You lied, bro. Oh, I have to make the copy. I bet you. You son of a bitch. Okay, I'd rather just make these ones thick inlaid. Okay. What is happening? You have enabled rotation lock. Any blocks you place will be oriented in the direction you press K to change or reset it. Okay, okay, I think I fixed it. Cool. Jeebus. Thick, 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 thick inlaid cobblestone craft. Hold on, I gotta send something to a coworker stream. No, enshrined. Oh, it's not plugged in. Yes, you are, you lying sack of poop. I will give you a second to figure yourself out. Ow. Okay, I'll just use these ones for the bottom. Which I wouldn't mind. I think that would actually make sense, because then it would be like, because the grass touches the bottom blocks, they're mossy. Ow. Whee! It's actually very helpful. Yeah, that's nice. And then I could put these here and then have the inner ones be different, maybe? Oh, wait, I have an alternative idea. Oops, not there. I need to go bring the workbench from downstairs back upstairs. Oop, I gave them the wrong ones. Whoops. I also put them in the wrong place. Boop. Boop, boop. Or I also put the wrong ones. Okay, you give me 2D cover. Land on the book pages. Oh, do I have a template of the page? Preview, enshrined template. Let me upload it into the drive. Back to color. Yeah, I think this was the one. Okay, I made it to Little Caesars. Now I just need to wait on them to make my food. Exciting! I hope it's real good yum yums. Did I eat all my Takis? I don't think I did. I'm gonna go get them. We'll be right back. I went and I got up and I fucking I got oh my god. I got the Takis. But like immediately as I took my blanket off my lap, my legs were like cold. It is cold. I'm not retaining body heat today and it's kind of annoying. Cause I don't like being cold. I made a little tray by cutting the bag down to where the chips were. Played. Played. Putting my mic far away from me so you can't hear my crunching. Bye, I need to cut down this oak. I'm sorry, Kiwi. Sorry, Kiwi. You'll get it eventually. I'm sure of it. Boop, 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 boop. Alright, I need to go get the table from downstairs. Whoop. Not that far, she was here. Oh, my Twitch mods are. There's only one more week. It's okay, the last day it'll be a free-for-all again. Sorry, I really have the munchies right now. Where the fuck did the table go? Where did it? No, it's outside. Framed oak planks. Is it that one? Framed oak planks? Cornered oak planks. Cornered. I think that was from in here, actually. What? Small oak planks. Oh, I keep forgetting that it like keeps the blocks and the thing of it. What the fuck? Where are the blocks that I made? Yeah, I want cornered oak. What the fuck? Yeah, it's made here at the carpenter's. What the fuck? Am I just dumb? Breaky muscle oak. Oh, there it is. Okay. I think. Cornered oak blocks? It says it's the same. But I don't know if it is. But we'll find out. It is the same. Cool. Oop, ow. I think I fucked that up. I think. Yeah, I think I fucked this up. Hi, Mom. I'm on TV. Hi, Jailer. Thank you for sharing your streaks. That means a lot to me. It means so much that you would hang out here with me every day. Oh, did you see my bananas? Look, I got a bananas. Look, his name is Milk. Sometimes he poops out slime, and I can have it. But it really doesn't do anything. It just makes blocks of slime. Dude, the 25 streak, dude. Even the 20... Okay. Any amount of streak is amazing to me. But also, the fact that, like, some of you are on, like, double digits is just crazy to me. It means a lot. Because that means me streaming is entertaining. Which is good. Oh, I didn't finish. Ow! Is this spruce? It is spruce. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4. Wait. I think I went up to high 1. Boop. Yeah, you guys didn't get cucked by this song, huh? Oh. I'm gonna have a roof soon. Yay. This one. Oh, I know. headset's dying. Oh, I have my headset on backwards. I was like, I gotta change the battery in my headset, but it was backwards, so I couldn't find it. And I was like, what? Where is the... Oh, man, I clipped my nails, so it's really hard to take the magnetic panel off. Is my battery leaking? What the fuck happened to my battery? What the fuck? It's got, like, weird white mark. Oh, wait, is that from me? That might have been from me. That might have been from my dumbass. Because I'm a little bit of a dumbass. I'm gonna listen to meme songs. After this song, though. Oops. I'm gonna need so much more wood. Whoa. I wonder what happens if I start at the top. Kind of satisfying, actually. Sorry from the top. Bonk. Oh shit! Where am I gonna make the stairs? I guess I wouldn't mind making them here. My wood table. Zaga, dog say zaga. Oh, I have to make them into blanks, and I have to make them into things. Whee. Boop, boop, boop. For your father, what for your mother, just never others. Boop, boop. I need more logs. Grow faster. Tremosaurus, Jesus. Spooky. I guess I could do this part, which is adding this. 1, 2. Wait, is it 1, 2, 3, 4, 5? Yeah. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Ow. 1, 2, 3, 4, 4, 5, 5. Other side. Bonk. Ow, I still got hurt. 1, 2. Wait, no, this is 3. 4, 5. There you go. I don't know what did we use for the cross beams? Planks, huh? I don't really want to use planks. Can this do anything with this? Boop. No, okay. I think strip logs would actually look fine as it is, actually. Boop, boop. Trying to think, but thinking I could use framed blocks actually. That's an idea. I use frame blocks so that way this can have a bit more room. Or I don't know. I was thinking of something and then I forgot. Alright, where's my axe? Boop, 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 boop. 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 It's a bit tedious. But I don't think we have the meat grinder. The meat grinder would actually I don't remember what mod that's from, but there was like this grinder that you could use, and you could just put blocks in it, and then you'd turn the grinder, and then it would just poop out logs. I don't know if we have that one anymore, or whatever did that. I don't know what it was. I just kind of found it and used it. How? Boop, boop, boop. Boop, 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 boop. I'm cutting my wood, making it naked. Hi, Rainer! Welcome on in. I'm just cutting some wood, making it naked. How you doing? How you doing? Need more spruce. I need so much spruce. I don't know what I'm gonna make my stairs out of. I kind of want to make my stairs out of like a darker wood color, I think. I think that'd be cool. The perimeter. There we go. Thank you for the boop, by the way. Oh, I can't reach that far. One. And go chop down that spruce that's over here. Spruce. Actually, I have more spruce, I think, in the basement. That's fine. My backup wood. My wood in case of emergencies. There we go. Boop. Boop. How many more things do I need? Yes. Okay, cool. I wonder if the other trees have grown yet. Nope, not yet. I wonder if they need more room. I think I might have not given them enough room after placing these down. No, they should be okay. Boop. Oh shit, it didn't break. Nice. Four. Oh man. Okay. I thought I'd. Okay. Well, I guess there's no point in breaking that yet. Let me go see if I have more spruce. Oh my god. I got dark oak that'll need laid door. I have one spruce. Oh my gosh. Actually, there should be bone meal in here. I'll go plant in some trees. Give me more GMO tree. Oh, that's not that big. I was hoping for a bigger tree. Oops. I think 15 is good. I think I can actually count how many I need now. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 3, 6, and 6, I think. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 11. Okay. One should be 12 instead, and I cry. I wonder what I can do with tree bark. 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Oop. Ow. Saw it coming. Nope. Ask is a little hold on. Haha. Oh, I saw something down there. I'm gonna start putting torches in my home. Perfect. Really, actually need less spruce now, so I gotta take these. Put 2 saplings down. What is this? Sapling? Sapling. Wish I could eat saplings. I don't know why, but I wish I could eat them. I need more oak. So you could grow there. You just decided not to. I see how it is. Bloop. Bloop, bloop. No, oh wow, there's snow on the workbenches. That's cool. 3, 1, 2, 3. Oh. Actually, that was kind of cool. Maybe I'll, in the next ones I grow, I'll just leave them. I'll just leave them. What do I want to make out of walls, though? I kind of like that this one's like has stone, but I don't know if I want to use this stone. I could see if there's any stone that I like for walls, other than I guess the ones that I use downstairs, I guess. That one's not the worst. It's kind of nice. What these one? Nope. Too geometric. No. Nope. 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 I think I like this one. Yeah, I kind of like that. Overlapping cobblestone. Overlapping. Ooh, deep slate. How much deep slate? Pizza acquired, and I almost got hit by. Oh, are you okay? Oh my god, are you okay? Are you okay? That's very scary. Oh, wait till the dark mage passes. Okay. I'm good. It was only almost. Yeah, but that's so spooky. I'd be like, good Lord, baby Jesus. But at least you got your food, which is a good thing. I need another pickaxe. What in my backpack I do? What was this one? Overlapping, and that would be in here. Deep slate? How do you make deep slate? I have cobbled deep slate. Ugh, fuck. Okay. Of course it would be. For you, baby. I guess I wait. To the door. Hi, Dagon. How you doing today, Dagon? I'm sorry that you're, like, malnourished and neglected a lot of the times. I'm still trying to build my house. I kind of did things out of order, you see. I made a basement first, and now I'm building my house, and then hopefully having a farm. Luckily, through all my adventuring, I've been keeping myself fed, but I understand that you're not very well fed, and I'm sorry about that. My cheeks are so flushed. Why are my cheeks so flushed, but my fingy so cold? Chat, I will pass away into the code overlapping. Where's the overlapping one? There it is. 1, 2. That looks good. 44. I need more deep slate, actually. Uh-oh. I guess I'll go with more. Uh-oh. What? No, that's not what I wanted to do. Oh, I fucked up. I fucked up. Okay. Let me go get some more deep slate. I think there's some down here. Boop, boop. Boop, 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 boop. Ow. Where the deep slate? Get out of my way, skeleton. 1, 2. Ow. Leave me alone. Stunned is a very good effect. Holy shit. What makes it... what stuns them? On hit inflicts stunned? I'm friends with the monster and it's under my bed. I forgot to fly. Ow! I get up there. Evening, Elaine. Hi, Fox. I just cracked a spider egg. I need to leave. Oh, how you doing, Fox? I hope you're having a lovely day. Welcome on in. Whee, okay. One of these stuff spawn from. Okay, now I will do it correctly and make it into the overlapped one. So that way, I don't fuck it up. 3, 4. 2, 3, 4. 1. Can't conquer it. My OCD's conking me in the head. Oh, asleep talking. Oops, I didn't click craft. The monster that's on my bed. Boop, boop, boo doo 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 doo. And then this one. Been a decent day all in all. Finished painting your dining room. Fancy. Fancy. I hope it turned out just the way you wanted it. That sounds hella cool, though. I can't really paint our dining room because we don't have one of those, but I still think that's really cool. Been a lot of renovating. Ooh, hard work. I hope you can reward yourself with some yummy food. I always feel like after a tiring day, some good food always is nice. Back. Boop, boop. Rumpelstiltskin in a haystack. The monster that's under my bed. 1, 2. Should I make it 3? I think it needs to be 3, right? Yeah, I think so. We had a delicious beef stew the past couple of days. Tonight we went for Domino. Oh, everybody's getting pizza tonight. Make me want pizza. Anybody getting pizza? Make me want pizza. Beck's got Little Caesars. I want some pizza. Crazy. Well, that's not fair. But we're gonna have pot stickers for dinner, I think, is the plan. Here in the main household. Boop, boop, boop. Oops. Not too far down. Who am I? Fuck, dude, now I'm thinking about, is it Pizza Hut? The Pizza Hut with the stuffed crust? Stuffed crust pizza. Pizza Hut? Oh, I want, ooh, does Pizza Hut, is that the one with the garlic sauce? I want a stuffed crust pizza with garlic fucking sauce now, bro. Fuck. What is this curse thee have put upon me, chat? 3, 4, 1, 2, 1, 2. I've been cursed with the abominable information that there's really good pizza that I would, well, not maybe really good pizza, but like some alright pizza that I would like to have in my mouth. Was that from this one? It was not. Sorry, I turn this back and over here. Almost done. I think it was this one. Boop, boop. Ow, I didn't move over. Ow. Oh, life is fragile. The temple. There we go. 3, 4. I don't think I want windows on this side, but I will want them on this back side. 1, 2, 3. Oops. I don't know how I did that. Oop. Excuse me, Golden Freddy. How the fuck? How? Huh? What? Is this not aligned? It's not. Wait, what the? Wait, what are you talking about, Elaine? Oh! Did I make my doors uneven? What the fuck? Wait, what? Wait, what? The fuck? Wait, hold on. 3 by 2. How come? What? How have I done this? Ow, ow. What have I done? I don't know what I've done, chat. Did I think... Oh, I did fuck this up. God damn it. Okay. Boop. Boop. My whole staff of done it. Okay, so this... right behind the fridge is where it should be. And then we take the spruce. Give me this is important. 1, 2, huh? Oh, did I go in one too much? I did. One, two. Oh shit, my inventory's full. So put it there. Boop. Oh, it's gone further to fall. Ow, 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 campfire, ow. Okay. Boop. This kind of makes my brain confused, but you know what? It's okay. We're gonna fix it, chat. We're gonna fix it and it'll be right as rain. Right as rain. 2. There we go. And then you go there. 1, 2, 3. And then this one. And then I have a single. I thought I had a single strips. What? It's fine. Boop. Boop. Maybe it got removed. Hi, Elaine. Watching a movie with my mom, so only saying hi. Love y'all. Love y'all. Thank you for stopping by and saying hi. Have a good time of watching a movie. Appreciate ya. Ow, fuck. There you go. There we go. 1, 2, 3. And then 1, 2. Hi, Kazia. How was your stream? Did you have a good stream? Do like 2 like that? It's gonna look funky, but I think I have ideas. Where's my doors? Boop, boop, boop. Yeah. Ow. Ow. Hey, hey. Hi, hi. How you doing? I hope you had a good stream. 3, 4. Bonk. Hi, Fruit. How's it going? Welcome on in. Oh, I need more cobblestone. Yes, I do. 2, 3, 4. Did the trees grow yet? Did the trees grow? Trees do not like growing on this Saturday. I'm playing them. Hi, I'm late because I was sleeping. Well, I hope you slept good. It's okay to be late. I too am the Eepinator. Actually, I'll put that. As much as I like this tree, it's kind of like in my way. But it's very cool, and I will plant another one when I am done planting a bunch of trees. Good lord. Good lord. Where is the organic blocks? There you go. I like the color of that tree block. Very cool. I did. I need the rest. I only slept an hour. Oh my god, an hour? You need more sleep than that. I'm glad you got good rest, though. That makes me happy to hear. Night when everything changes. I need cobblestone. I need cobblestone. I really don't have as much cobblestone as I thought I did, to be fair. I My keyboard is dying. Thank you for the wellness check. I need to plug my keyboard in because it's dying. No, I've stretched a little bit. And now I drink a little bit of my advancedgg that has hydration in it, along with some powderized leaf, I guess you could call it. I really didn't know how to say that. Very nice. The house it's coming together, chat. I just use him for his body, yeah. He a gigolo. Trying to think. Cause I have to fix this. But I think it looks good on the outside. Yeah, look at that. That looks nice. Nice. Yeah. I like this. It's looking nice. But how the fuck do I fix the inside now? I just make, ooh, wait, do we have the thing to do that? Me. He don't want me. Use him for his body. Yeah. Yeah, this one. Carpenter's workbench. Oh, yeah, I like this one. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. I don't know if I should have. Oops. 1, 2, 3. Oh. I have no more spruce. More spruce. Are you spruce or you dark oak? You're spruce. Fuck yes. Use him for his body, yeah. Fuck off, Mr. Spider. Fuck off, Mr. Spider. Yeah, I slept an hour on the floor last night, then went to. Why would you sleep on the floor? Were you even comfortable? That sounds very uncomfortable. Sounds very not comfortable if you were to ask me, which you're not, but put my input in here anyway. Craft. Three, four. I like that quite a bit. The floor was more comfy than the bed right then. That's fair. That's how my roommate did sometimes. Or that's how he told me he was in college. Oh. Trying to decide what I want to do now because I don't have enough blocks. I could look at stairs. Stairs. I don't even actually, you know, I'm thinking about it now. I don't even know why I went to go get dark oak. Like, I have dark oak now, but I don't even know what I'm going to do with it. I should have thought about that before going and getting a bunch of dark oak, huh? So I went pretty far away to get all this dark oak. Maybe I could use it for the roof? Yeah, I guess. Take me to the I don't need no friends. Take me to the bench. I went to get the dark oak to get the the windows. The windows, chat, the windows. It was for the windows. Wait, can't I? No, it's fine. Just gotta make more stripped dark oak. Right? Those are dark oak? These are stripped spruce? Fuck. No wonder I ran out of spruce. Whoops. I definitely wanted those to be dark oak. Okay, well. Just gonna fix that really quick. Oh, my pickaxe broke. Or my axe broke. I crucify. No! Okay, that's fine. I'm just gonna change it back. Boop. 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 I don't know how many I need. One makes 8. 6 times 4 is 24 divided by 8. 6 times 4 equals divided by 8 equals 3. Okay. So I think I have enough. Need more glass though. I need more glass. I need more glass, chat. Boop, boop, boop. I want to make a couch. I want to make a couch, chat. Couch. I like these couches. Oh, I need like a loom for the cushion, huh? I just need feathers, which means I need chickens, and I don't have chickens. God damn it, daggone, there are no chickens in the goddamn area. What are we gonna do about this? How are we gonna get feathers without chickens, daggone? There's pigs, but there ain't no chickens. I'm gonna have to go out and get some chickens. But before I get chickens, I should probably make a soul gem so I don't have to fucking carry them everywhere. Too late to start with a heart and a headlock. You don't believe in me. There we go.
Oh my god, I made it.
There you go. Made the exact amount I needed. I don't even think you can tell the difference. An unexpected smile. No, I can. I was just wondering if it was an easy thing. Because we had it, I think, by accident on the last server. I keep messing with my roommate with a little emoji guy I called Jim. Jim? What does Jim look like? I wish to perceive Jim. May I see Jim? May I also perceive Jim? I make more lanterns. Make lanterns for my house. Actually, we have lights. Lamp. We need to make nice ceiling lamps. We have ceiling fans, which is not what I want. Ooh, salt lamp? That's cool. Ooh, a flower lamp? A light bulb? A glowstone dust? Fuck me. God damn it, I gotta go get fucking obsidian. I wanna. Jim is literal, just random emojis I throw together. I will send a screenshot of an example in the server. It sounds good. Let me know when it's in there. I itch. The star, watch your heart in a headline. I think I want to watch TikTok soon. My brain is like EP. At Vexed, at Buffy, at Vexed, at Kiwi Gobbling Books. TikToks soon. Plant. Literacy bag. Game's telling me to read. I gotta give me paper. Forgot what I was thinking about. It grew. Sent an example. Mind you, Jim was born out of my exhaustion. I'm excited. The best things are born out of exhaustion. Jim just needs to sit down. Oh, he was sitting. Damn, you got beaten up by Jim. Jim really beat you the fuck. Is this a healthy relationship that you have with them, Fruit? I don't know. Jim seems kind of abusive. He seems kind of abusive. 3 1 2 3 1 2. Oh, not that one. I like your roommate's name, by the way. Boop boop boop. 1 2. My second floor. It's almost done. Almost. Actually, I think I kind of want another window over here. Jim is kind of a dick, not gonna lie. It kind of seems like it, honestly. Kind of seems like it. If I put this here, is it a noticeable difference? If I'm honest, not really. If I'm honest, very much not really. Okay, cool. So that's where I want to put the kitchen. Oh, boop, boop. I think I'd like to have another window here as well. I'm sucked into math, but I'll be back soon. Okay, well, we're watching TikTok soon, just so you know. I forgot about that name, not gonna lie. It's been there for 3 years as a joke about Mortal Kombat. No, that's fair. That's fair. Are you okay? I like Jim. What is this? Skeeter Games videos? What is this? That's fucking crazy, bro. That's big math. I believe in you, Kiwi. I won't send it with other ones since you'll probably skip it. Yeah, it's fair. This is crazy. What do you mean? Wait, what's the answer? Dude, that's so much. That is so much. That is pure guesswork. Pure guesswork, brother. Oh, I forgot I was gonna make a lamp. Oh, wait, I wanted to make a bulby lamp. Oh, but I need glowstone. I have to go to the nether. Who wants to make another portal? I don't. I do not. I don't. I do not want to make another portal, and I don't. Oh, that's gonna piss me off. I just realized. Boop, 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 boop. 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. No. Give me the dirt that's in the ground. I know you're in there. Gib. Unless you have all those mods. That's not what you're thinking of. Kinda. Wear simple hats in more than just the... What slot is this? Head slot? Head slot, just the slot of cosmetic armor reworks. I think, because I can't put it in the curio slot, and I can't put it anywhere else, I think. Also, to explain the latest gym one I sent, my roommate's persona is a shark, specifically a gummy shark. Oh, I see. What a horrible place. What the fuck? Get to the pit? What the fuck is the pit? What the fuck was that? Oh, it's an enderman. Ooh, spruce. Spruce. Flesh dimension. Oh. Did someone say gummy shark? Yeah, the fruit bat's roommate's persona is a gummy shark. Sim's favorite candy is gummy sharks. Sim, don't eat them though. Boo do 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 spruce logs. Did I need? Oh yeah, no, I needed spruce logs for the accents of the walls. Or I could use the dark oak. I'll use the dark oak. No promises, damn. Fruit bat, keep them safe. My roommate is a gummy shark. You're gonna have to keep them safe, like I said. Some might eat them. Oh, speaking of eating. It is actually really good that this game has audio cues for when I need to eat food, because otherwise I think I'd starve. So my understanding of the issue is that you want to wear more hats in the curio head slots. Yeah! Like, I can only wear my simple hat, like, in this slot. Like, why can't I have more? He's technically a gusher variant. Oh, that's cool. But we have, like, this shit. And I can't... Cosmetic slot belt. But, like, we can't have... Yeah. Just one. Just one. Just one more. If possible. Chat, I want to go eat. I'm not actually gonna go eat, but I want to go eat. My brain goes, honk shoe. My brain go, honk shoe. Okay, you go back to normal. You turn into the... Fuck. Which one was it? This is different. Mixed spruce log. Mixed dark oak log. Thank you for the cheap app. I totally didn't forget to send TikToks and definitely not doing it now. It's okay. That's okay. That's why I added you in the server, because I figured people need time. Kiwi's currently sucked into math TikTok right now, so got a little bit of time, but only a little. But only a little. Try not to send more than 60. Or 100. If you've already passed 60, try not to do more than 100. Boop, 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 boop. I like it. Yeah, I want more head slots in the servers, by the way, just because, like, in the last server, I could wear the fin hat and have a little potato on my head at the same time because they're both hats. Listen to the sea. I actually kind of like that, but... Okay, hold on. Let me see what it looks like. Nah, maybe, actually. Nope, not you. Mixed. I feel like I'm not gonna like this as much. Actually, it's not the worst. 3, 4. Oh. I like the gradient of this more than this. And I think I'll have it anyway. So I have more dark oak and I'm lazy and I don't want to get more dark oak. By the way, shout out to my vocal sim that I accidentally created before any question I have. Hypothetically, theoretically, I like that. I always like saying, like, when it's a clear question that I'm asking, I really like saying, hypothetically, if I were to do this, when it's clearly it's me. But I like that you say that too. Up one day. I'm lazy. Give me all. Soon, chat. Soon my house will no longer be snowed in all the time. Soon, chat, we will have a roof. Oh, what the fuck? What? Something mixed. I like my wood mixed just like my nuts. Anytime I ask a question, I will literally say hypothetically, theoretically, and I honestly don't why. I just started randomly. It's like how, I don't know, maybe it's just a quirk you got. It's a quirky quirk that you got. There ain't nothing wrong with that. Ain't gotta have no rhyme or reason. Like me, every time I think of a vocal stim just randomly, I have to say it at least like 50 times. Like yesterday, I don't know, I think I did something and I got hurt, and I was like, I need ibuprofen, and then Pixels was like, what? I was like, ibuprofen, and then he was like, what the fuck? I poop? I'm like, no, ibuprofen, ibuprofen, and he's like, oh, and then I said it for like the rest of the life every 5 minutes. Holy shit! Oh, thank you so much for subbing for 30 months of the Prime Gaming, taking money out straight out of Bezos' dollars. Thank you, thank you. The dog measure, you should have an extra head. Like right now? I know! I can have more than one hat now. Holy shit, that was fast. My wife gets annoyed when I get stuck on the apparently X is a thing. How is that? But what does that mean though? So that just sounds like you're just talking. You're just talking. Hey, Elaine. We're about to start Lethal here in a bit if you are interested. I have to go watch TikToks, and then I promised... I may have forgotten that I promised that I was going to watch... I was going to play Valheim with some of my friends. So go on and start with Albie. I'll play with you guys next time. I'm sorry. Go Shadow, play it without me. I need some black dye. Do I have any ink? Any ink? This one. How do I make black ink? Dye. I don't think that I have things to make. It's when I repeat phrases regularly in different conversations. She also gets annoyed with my vocab. I'm gonna be honest, Kiwi. I don't know. I just don't get annoyed at. Like, I get annoyed sometimes, sure, at pixels, but I don't get that annoyed. It's alright, Elaine. Thank you, Shadow. I love you. That's how you speak. That's just how you be. I need black dye, and I don't know where to get it, and I don't know where to find a squid. Speaking of squids, actually. Is there any squids in here? Ooh, I made the mistake of trying 2 big games at once and had to restart my computer. Big oof. Big oof. I hope your computer is okay. I need squid. I'm back. I think I got everything into a USB. Good job. Good job, good job, good job. Good job. Very proud of you. I fucked up. Oh, wait, no, I didn't. That didn't work. Oh, fuck, I might drown. Oh, fuck, I'm gonna drown, chat. Oh, it's gonna take a little bit to drown, actually. I'm sorry for the term. I'm sorry, the term for throwing something out a window is defenestration. Don't be mad at me for using the word. How? Fair. Sometimes you just gotta keep saying the words that you learn. Like, I don't know what was the last word I learned. I forgot it already, I think. But you know, words are good, and learning them is good. I need black dye, and I don't know where to get black dye. You know, it'd be really cool if my oak would grow. Elaine, why don't you use the magma blocks to be able to breathe? You can do that? I didn't know you could do that. I didn't know you. I honestly did not know you could do that. I can maybe go see if there's any squids at the Lush Cave. Hello. Oh, there's an axolotl here. Where is he? Where's the axolotl? There's the axolotl. It says there's an axolotl on the map. It says there's an axolotl behind. Oh, axolotl. He's green! Whoa! He's green. Look at that. He's green. I have a bucket. Hold on. Leave me alone. I'm making a friend. One of the happiest accidental moments was teaching her that IHOP. Well, oh, International House of Pancakes? I think Pixels always says burgers, though. Yeah, this is if you want to crouch on them, you're... Oh, IHOP is an acronym? It is. Oh, my bucket of axolotl's broken. Oh, my bucket of axolotl. Okay, that's fine. Fries. Any squids in... Oh! Wait, no, there wouldn't be squids at home either. Those are glow squids as well. Ow. That web spider, jungle creeper. Capuchin monkey. Nope. I don't know where I'd get black dye. I'd have to find a squid, and I don't know where to find squids. The bucket works fine. Texture's just missing? Yeah. Yeah, which makes me sad, because I wanted to see it. I wanted to see it in the bucket. Terrapin catfish. I could go to the ocean, I guess. Nah, I'm too lazy. What was I gonna dye black? I don't even remember what I was gonna dye black anyway. Can my oak grow, please? Here, I'm gonna move this one. Alright. Because Vexed and Kiwi are here, we are going to play Minecraft. Not play Minecraft. I'm high as fuck. Okay, well. Watch TikToks. I may have ink in my chest if you want to grab mine. Bet. Oh, right. I wanted black dye so I could dye my ears. Hold on. Hold on. Let me do that. Cause it's such a minute thing I'm going to forget. We drove by the one in Fountain early on when we were dating, and I said, "Oh, look at the International House of Pancakes." She grabs my arm so fast. She's like, "That's what that means." That's cool. It's cute. Yeah, every time I say IHOP, Pixel says International House of Pancakes. It was just like a side thing, and I'm like, yeah. I think we might get an IHOP. Though they closed down the Sherry's that was near our house, and I think they're gonna replace it with an IHOP because they're making it blue. And I don't know any other fast food places that look like they could fit in a Sherry's and are blue like that, so. Okay, well, now I'm loading, so I will load in a second. God damn, Kiwi. 99 plus. God damn, this is what I get for skipping a week, huh? Sent this in my sleep. Whoopsies. Damn. Oh. Okay, we watched the last one. Okay. Hold on. We'll listen to Vex songs. So the world's best fast food days. I miss Denny's, but I'm glad we saw Perkins. I don't think I've ever been to a Perkins. I want to wait for Minecraft to load. I want my dye. And then we can watch TikToks. So eepy. And a Village Inn. I don't think I've ever... I think I maybe went to a Village Inn once. Maybe once. Dun, 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 dun. Wait, what happened to Denny's? I think we just don't have as many in Colorado anymore. Perkins has a nice version of Village Inn. I like Waffle House. Waffle House is my favorite. Waffle House is my favorite. I gotta go to Fruit Bat's house real quick. Fruit. Oh, but you live near squids, so I will go look for squids because I can't touch your chest. What is this? Kaisu's claim? Oh, okay. Ow. Leave me alone. Sugar cane! Holy shit, you have so much sugar cane. Give me some of this. Sorry, I will replant the one that was there. Colorado franchises were owned by one guy, and he did some stage shows with the company, said no more Denny's in Colorado. Damn. I worked there. At Denny's or the sugarcane factory? Need squids. Need a squid. Watch this not even work. Squidly squid, 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 squid. I need a squid. My favorite breakfast is whenever I can get chicken and waffles or chicken fried steak. Ooh. I like that everything in here is like spawning. Wait, betrayed guzzler. Wait, hold on. I worked at a Waffle House. I like Waffle House. I think their color coordination is crazy, but... Is Devouring here? Devouring. Do you want a betrayed guzzler? I will watch him because last time I didn't. I didn't watch it. I got one, thanks. Okay. Okay, cool. Squid? Squid! It's terrifying to work there. That was fair. If someone could leave some feathers by my claim, that'd be great. There are like no birds near me. I'm gonna spawn some chickens on God. Give me your egg. Yay. Ink. I think that's everything. Ow. Ow. Or Tony's in Birch Run, Michigan. You can get a pound of deep fried bacon, an omelet with a dozen eggs for less than 20. God damn! God damn! That's crazy. Leave me alone. Leave me alone, leave me alone, leave me alone, leave me alone. Ow, leave me alone. Home. Okay, can I dye my ears now? Yeah, now if you like, I have... Oh, the dye looks stupid. Okay. Logger could give you a relic that lets you walk on water. It's okay. I have a relic that like lets me fly for a bit. It's quite nice because I'm short. Doesn't negate fall damage though, so I have to constantly keep that in mind. No, I'm gonna get some chickens. So hold on. Let me have some chickens so that way they can have eggs, and then you can come get some chicken. Are you going to bed, Sheppy? Are you going to bed, Sheppy? Chicken, chicken. Oh, I need to name them or else they're gonna despawn. Hold on. Name tag. Okay, Frankie. I got an umbrella for that. Ooh, fair point. Frankie and, Patricia. Perchance? Perchance? Well, I hope you sleep well. If you're going to sleep, I hope you sleep well. Okay. Now we have chickens. Because I can't be fucked to go get chickens. Okay. Time to watch the TikToks, chat. You ready? We're gonna start with what? Yeah, we'll start. Yeah, we'll end with Vex. Do you need to go to bed early? Do you need to go to bed early? I was just gonna go in order from bottom to top, but let me know. Oh, it's muted. Oh, the thing fell out. I'm gonna lurk and play Fallout. Have a good lurk. Thank you for the lurk fruit bet. Have fun in Fallout. I thought you were going to name them Petunia. I will. Waiting. I got a few hours before bed. Cool. Cool. Waiting. Wait. I sent this one too. Fuck yeah. I like that we all have one communicative brain cell sometimes. I wish he made it one taller, I think. Yeah, I wish he made it like one taller so it could be like a bow staff. Yeah, just one taller would have been cool. Communal brain cell. TikTok's a little quiet. Okay. There you go. I like that every week Noxia sends us how to speak in Chinese. Hi, Norman. Welcome on in. Thank you for the wellness check. B. I remember B from last week. Stupid bitch. But I forgot what stupid is. But B, yeah. Zooey. But he, like, does it up and down, like, multiple times, though. What was the last one? Where's the stupid bitch? That's actually good shorthand for how accents work on letters. That's fair. Shabby. That one, stupid bitch. I'm gonna call this one the Black Friday checkpoint. Black Friday checkpoint. Okay. It's because the border of it is white. Mm-hmm. Because they're freeze dried. No. My sister-in-law loves freeze-dried snack. I have never had a freeze-dried snack before. This is really loud. He has some free-dried ice cream sandwiches and remind me of astronaut ice cream as a kid. Dude, I always wanted to try that as a kid. Okay, this is very silly. Literally me. His glasses sit on his face a little weird, huh? Like, it feels like it sits on the brow and not on the nose. Or, like, I guess, no, it kind of looks like it sits up high on the nose. I don't actually think well, no, he is no, I feel like he doesn't need the little pads on the Oakleys. Thank you for the headband. You're not even lactose intolerant. Oh, my pocket's warm. Rest in peace, brother. Snack for turtle. He going. I eat what I want. My stomach doesn't tell me what to do. No. Yup. Ooh, they're basking. Ooh, that top one is basking. Ew. 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 Oh my god, do not fuck with that thing. What are you doing? That guy was drunk as fuck. Dude, that's fucking terrifying! There he goes! There he goes! Oh! Okay. If it helps, keeps your lenses from getting oily by keeping them further from your face. Oh, I guess so. Ew! Ew! Oh. My 2-year-old nephew just absolutely roasted my ass. Got on FaceTime with him, and he showed me his Hot Wheels and then asked, where are yours? I had to admit that I had 0 hot fucking wheels. Fucking humiliating. You gotta get hot. You have to have at least one Hot Wheel. in your position. Bunny. Dispatch spoiler warnings for my TikTok, by the way. Oh, yeah, dispatch. So, shit, should we do Vex, then you, then? Should we do you last? No! Yes, you should. Okay. The frogmouth burr is spooky, though. Ew. That's when you tell the kid you got your Hot Wheels taken away because you didn't eat your veggies. True. Oh, God, Jesus. Huh? That's crazy. Damn. That's foul. Oh, he wants hat. The little kitty. Oh, ow, ow. He really burned down a church because she wouldn't let him hit. What? Oh, no, not this one. Oh my God, I've never seen a, like, misbehaving cat at one of those. Oh my. I feel like all cats are like this. Some. I don't think all are. My cat doesn't do that. She doesn't hiss at me. Mm-hmm. Legion is I am an orange cat, I think. I'm just kind of goofy. Okay. Okay. Watching an anime because of its crazy. Watching an anime because it's loaded with fight scenes. Oh, okay. Well, bowling ball. Probably by Greg. Probably with Greg. Watching. Okay. If I farted, please don't touch or whatever. Okay. Oh, I saw this. And I want to eat more of it. I picked Greg. I picked Greg too. I saw this and I showed this to Pixels. That I will fall for you over again. Be the night that I will fall for you over again. Okay. Buster's turn. Whoops. Oops. I gotta scroll through Buster's one. Then I will do Vex's one. Then I will do Kiwi's one. And it'll be great. EB check. Is EB checkpoint the last checkpoint? No, it's not. TikTok return checkpoint. Sadly, yeah, TikTok return. I think so. I think TikTok. Such a pure giggle. Teehee. Oh, I see this one. Did I watch this one? I don't care. I want to see it again. I am thirsty. I think she runs away. Soda bop. I boned your mom. Okay. I like her hair accessories. It's really cute. Laughing hurts. I'm sorry, Kiwi. I'll try not to laugh. Correct. Not mime and dash. I know. Oh. 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 Okay. Okay. Wait, one is in February? No, it's January. Kiwi. Ah. Okay. Have two people yelling at me at once. Okay. Okay. That means they don't wash their butt. Thank you, man, from Mulan. That's actually really creative. I really like that. That's actually really good. Are you okay, Nox? What? Oh. Oh. I almost spilled my drink on my desk. I didn't need you to pick me. No, this is just Gemini coffee place. I'm not out here mixing color. Oh, I gotta send this to Body. So weird. Okay. Fucking made myself cry right now because I saw a clip of a Spider-Man making everyone forge who he. Oh, oh, I'm sorry, Bumby, that you cried, but that's just because Spider-Man's awesome. Something cool about this is that I get to say that I worked on a game where Zuko's voice actor was in the game. That's my biggest flex. That's all I got. Dun, 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 dun. Oh, dude, I didn't get to see this one. Like, I accidentally scrolled past it. That was really good. Try to limit my anime edits that use the same sound. Thank you. Mine's not being awesome. It's like one of my only flexes. I didn't get to meet him, but he was a very main voice actor in the game that I worked on. Is that Captain America? Is this Captain America? Joe Biden, Obama, and Trump? I do this when I think about R2 talking to C-3PO in the novel for Revenge of the Sith when Anakin is about to leave for Mustafar. Damn, that is so specific, Noxia. No, you're asking me to confess. Unless... Room where it happened. Oh, yeah, I built this entire set saying mixed animated the song in the span of 6 hours. God damn! I just realized it's Trump it was. Because Bride Rains... I only cry over a bow. I'm excited to watch One Piece this week, guys. Alright, now we'll watch Vexed stuff. Which I think my TikTok needs to be refreshed. Think we need a little refresh on the TikTok. I'm excited to watch all of these. Gimme. 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 I want to watch Smiling Friends, dude. I know there's a new season that's like coming out. And I want to watch them. It's this one. Okay, cool. The gorilla watching in horror as a man's body is ripped in half. Just ripped in half, stitches itself back together. That would be terrifying. Number 20, someone out there feels better with you around. Aww. Aww. Thanks, Vex. Oh, no. No, not that way. Ugh. No. 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 Oh, at least he laughed it off. The snail meme. Oh. Oh, with a fresh paint too. Yikes. Oh. Their poor little heads. Dude. Damn. She's smart. She's... Oh, okay. Oh. Oh. Oh, no. No, poor babies. Oh, no, not again. Why do they run? Why do they run? Oh, no. I do like kids. Why do they run? She left a little mark on the screen. Oh. I think. I love kids. I can't wait to have kids myself. Oh, baby. Put my head in the wall. I used to go to one in my grandparents' carnival and memorize where to go. That's cool. Make a little bet with them. They have to buy you any toy in the store if you can beat it. And then each year it becomes the thing. What is this? What is happening? What is this? This is cool. This art is pretty. This was the first real aquarium I ever went to. It is so cool. Oh. Dude, this art is like fire, though. It's the art for their new building. Dude, this is sick. Dude, that is so pretty. That is, like, gorgeous. I would love to see this. That is so beautiful, bro. Oh, that's so cool. That is so cool. Trying to go the next time I see my grandma. Understandable. God, that was really cool. Okay, I don't know what that was, but I like that. It's the Moat Aquarium in Sarasota. Oh, in Florida. When it's Thanksgiving and the random little cousin is in the way of the eats, so you chili to the dude. This one is my Xbox. I need those potatoes. Fair. I saw this. I actually really like this. I actually think this is kind of smart. And 6-7 is the new 6-9 because 6-8, yeah, 7-8-9. Yeah, actually, I like that a lot. Good job, Kiwi. I like his shirt. Poop for me. What the fuck? Ew. Need that shirt. Maybe not in Comic Sans, though. It was in Comic Sans. I think it'd be nice if it wasn't in Comic Sans. Ma. No, I'm wrong. Look at that mountain lion. Oh, look at them. Bananas are cool. The Wib Order. The world's worst animal. I feel bad for them. I feel bad for them. Because they're just living life, man. Sunfish sad faces, indeed true. Peanut-sized brain. They just baby. They just exist. They just baby. Oh, that's a big baby. Oh, look at the tiny babies. They're just fish. They're so me. You just live in life. Ooh. I saw who's. What is that? What is that word? What she means she's dumb. That's my go Bender. We love Bender in this household. We love his voice actor John DiMaggio as well. On the IT channels. Oh, gotcha. Oh yes, that one. No, I remember what you're talking about now. Ooh, I like that. That was a good transit. Ooh. I like that. The transition in this one were really good. Is this man dead? I think he's dead. Rest in peace. A couple eggs just for Vex in mine. Fuck yeah. They're for all of us. It's communal. Rest in peace. Fuck. Huh? Oh, they're so pretty. Ooh. 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 84? What do you mean they're a number that we can count? No. 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 Preach. Love should not be a law. Love is love. It's a feeling, and you cannot help who you love no matter what you do. How many laws you put, no matter what you do, or how many laws you put, you will never get rid of us. True. True. Love is love. Sorry, I can't read. I like this. I like this song. I wish my brain was just a bit bigger so I could make edits of myself to these kind of songs. I hope so much that someone else out there finds us so we can join them in finding others. This is true. This is true. I hope so too, Vexed. 'Cause that'd be cool.
Oh, Jesus. Oh, my God.
I like that a lot. Oh, Star Wars.
They like scissor split on my ass.
Andor's so fucking peak. I need to watch a TV show. No, because just having a fun time. Oh, we're gonna make me so emotional. I really like the song. Ooh. Never know, never forget, never forget. Future descendants will step foot on Mars and they will feel grass. That would be freaking cool. Yeah, don't remind. Oh, did it? Oh. Little baby. She must have been so lonely. Oh. National Geographic. Oh, so pretty. Oh. Vex, the living embodiment of a reminder of why I love life. Oh, so pretty. I don't know what dancing for, but Abraham Lincoln's dancing, so I'm dancing with him. And I love nature so much. Me too. Ooh. This is a really good song to put with that quote. This is a really good song to put with that quote. Manatees. Oh. Oh. dancing on Rebel's grave. Ah. Oh, this is on Apple TV. I want to watch whatever this is. Shout out to all the extinct animals. Shout out to all the extinct animals out there. I'm one of those kids. For you in your darkest night. Oh, 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 oh shit. Oh shit. Oh, damn. Oh, the silly bands. Oh, Scholastic Book Fairs, bruh. Damn. A man was filming the depth of an Arctic ice when he accidentally caught a seal surfacing to breathe. Oh, hello. Oh, it's a baby. Oh, he baby. Oh, he make little noises. Oh, he breathing. Pour one out for. Oh, I can't say that word. That's a big word. He going. Bye bye. Me, I'm just swimming. I forgot about air. On God. Sometimes you just want to hold your breath just a little longer. A+. God damn it, Vexed. I like pit bulls. Meatball. I'm in. I don't know how to say that, dude. Anomalocaris. Named Gargoth, either of the sons. Pit bulls are the best. Pit bulls are very cute. Or bone crusher. And Anomalocaris. I like pit bulls. Huh? And nomina. Hope he hits me again is crazy. Time to go eat sugar. I shouldn't be eating and watch Minecraft ARGs. I might be back later if you're live. Sounds good, Bumpy. Have a great night. Thank you for stopping in. God damn, bro. I'd let him operate. Dr. Azamine, I would let you operate. I trust his mind. I would too. Start naming them numbers. No, that's fair. Dude, Gabe is old. I like Gabe, though. Oh. I'd love to meet Gabe. Oh, he's through his headset. He's 63. I want to meet Gabe. When you realize Gabe is getting older, I see that. They'll fucking... Ugh. Oh, that's so sweet. So he's 62 and 64. Sorry, he's between 62 and 60. What the fuck? Okay. This is for Noxia. They're called roly-polies. This is true. I like roly-polies. I used to in elementary school. Hold on, wait. In elementary school, I used to empty out my like my pencil case, like fucking one of fucking plastic pencil box case, and I would take mine. I had a red one, and I would empty it, and I would put dirt in it, and at recess I would put pill bugs that I found on the ground in them, and I tried to take them home. And I loved them until they died, and then I would get really sad. But I did that a lot in elementary school because I really like that. I think they're cute. But I thinking about it now, I probably starved them because I didn't know they had to eat. Flashback to yeah. Hell yeah, sister. Bug girl, be up to peak shit, dude. I remember a bug club. Oh, this is loud. Just another gave it to. I don't know what this is about, but yeah, I think I probably starved him. I gotta let your pussy breathe. On God, fair sister. My brother was that kid that played with ladybugs on the sidelines during his soccer games. Oh, that's cute. Oh, baby. Oh, I was wondering when we were going to chompa. Oh, what have I done? What have I done? What have I done? What have I done? I don't know what happened. I just clicked the down arrow. What the fuck? No, bring me back. Bring me back. Bring me back to the puppy. What the fuck? How did I do? Oh, what the fuck? Oh, it's this. The video is broken. Oh, okay. When you think you're teaching your dog to wipe her feet, but you actually teach her to break dance. Oh, look at her go. Oh. Oh my God. Buster, get you a woman. I sent you one. Yo, she got moves. You sent me. Are you talking about the Chinese one? The new bitch one? I only remember Shabi. But this one was shut up. Bitch, shut up, I think it was. No? Okay. I'll play. No, Fallout? Okay, I'll play it after this. Ew, 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 ew. You able to turn on auto scroll for DMs? Is that a thing? I just do it with an arrow key. I just do it with an arrow key. Walter, right? Alright. Can you track path? What song is this? I wanna, when we're done today, I wanna play the song. What song is this? A little car crash, a little seizure? What? Oh. Helites were moving the second it was time to show the prophets why. Oh. Oh, thank you for the streak, Norman. Oh, thank you. 3 autos. Oh, shit, there is an auto scroll. Okay. Okay, okay. Oh, this is Culver's? Is this a fucking Culver's edit? Oh, this is what you were like. You sent me an edit of the greatest fast food place. I want a burger, bro. I want a burger, bro. Oh, wait. I forgot it auto scrolls. My bad. From this in 200 years. Damn. Okay, fair. Shit, I don't gotta touch anything. I got rid of our sweet and sour sauce. Damn, what the fuck? Why? This is cool. Being an EMS dude is really, really like it's a hero's job in my opinion. Best rule I've ever taken. I've ever broken. On God. Ice cream? Ice cream? Okay. Lonely. Took 60 days between the first flight to the moon. Oh. Yeah, just a crosshair. Shout out to EMS on God. On God. Yeah. Me broken, shattered alive. Just to show that we could die. I would survive. You would survive it? I believe you, Nox. You are Bob Gibb. If there was money in it, I'd go into the into me EMS in a heartbeat. Is there not? A pumpkin. It's your pumpkin. He playing with the pumpkin. He's like, it's my pumpkin. Vex knows how to find the clips to move people. If she worked for the military, there'd be a lot more. True! On God. I'd probably be like, what? He's just following the little pumpkin. I was going to after school. It's about really. It's not very good for the type of work. Yeah, no fair. Wait, I wasn't paying attention. What was that? Hey, yo. Ooh. Ooh, this is sick. I'm getting fucking too bad for the army hate. Fucking dude, this gave me goosebumps. That shit fire. That's the army. Damn. Rest in peace. Dude, that was good. That was good. Mm-hmm. I like that. We're lucky that we get to die. Dude, I like this. Dude, shit. Shit. That went hard. Someone's screaming, BRB, no problem. If we ever ended up getting super average, just know I will not be the hero. Fair? POV, you're an Aztec who has seen a horse for the first time. Wait, what? Is a hole? Is that what? Oh, Jesus. Break it down, little guy. Mm-hmm. I like that. That was very nice. Oh, my name without the $sign. Oh, shit. Dude, that was actually sick. Hi, Daedalus. Oh, no. No. I just look at the caption. No, the seal. He will drown. Chat. Chat, he's gonna drown. Oh. True. 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 Hi, Daedalus. How are you? We're just watching TikToks. Dude, I saw another one of her TikToks the other day. She's fucking on God, worshiper, existing. Understandable. I hope you enjoy hanging out with us. Hey, twin, I don't know if I say this often, but I genuinely love being your friend. I truly, oh, I love you, Vex. Got my sound system set up after almost a year of it collecting dust. Very nice. I'm proud of you. You should get yourself a little treat for that. Good job. Okay, now she sent us another one. She got some banger of it. She does. She does. She needs to do. Stop, Vex, Vex, no. Damn. I did, sipping whiskey and hanging out with my love. Aw, that's so nice. Geeked up by Xbox all day. I can't stand her jokes, to be honest. Stop, Daedalus! You guys are goobers. That guy died. I'm back with a popsicle. Oh, okay. That's not what I was expecting, Kiwi. But I'm glad. I hope everything's okay. I like the headshots. That was really good. It was really good. Here, you can have a checkpoint too. All right, Kiwi, it's your turn. Geeked off because of Goofy. I'm excited for this. Scrolling. Scrolling. Last week's was the thank you for the TikToks checkpoint, I think. God damn it. The fucking... My sister-in-law, I forget their legs works. That's why they were... What the fuck? Good night, Vexed. Good night, Vexed. If there are any... I believe Kiwi said there was some specifically for you, but I will send them to you directly. Oh, rip. Ew. Ew. I can't... I love that video. Bye. Ew. Rip. Oh no, they're boba. We brought the human with us. Ooh, I do not think you can bike on snow, man. Oh! Yikes. A dragon raised by cats. Now he thinks he's one of them. Kiwi, you fucking hit me with that math problem like you know what I know math. This is a whole ass anime. Oh, he's a dragon cat. That's so cute. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. You also could have looked up probably like 50 times higher. Yeah. Yeah. You also could have looked up. What is this? Why spend $100 on a therapist when you can just swing a cool sword for a while? Fun, effective, cool as fuck. Anxiety Wolf recommended use swing therapy sword as needed to reduce stress, boost mood, increase self-esteem. And you get plus 10 health? Dude, I want that. Where do I get it? Where do I get this sword? I want that sword. Spend... Oh, mental health blade. Dude, it gives you plus 10 health. That's like really good. And this economy, dude? That's actually really sick. You look up your own. I think my name really has a meaning. What the? Hello. Yeah. Okay. Damn. Oh, I was really hoping they'd like a fake picture. Be like, good thing I'm not a woman. You know, that'd be funny. I like her antennas. Must be innermost. Hi. Yay. I like the yee. Stop sign, no crust. Stop sign, no crust. You know, I used to be afraid of goblins when I was little. My mother used to tell me, you better not leave your clothes all over the floor. If you don't put them and fold them away neatly, then goblins will creep in your window and steal them while you sleep. Haha, I believed her for years. That's true, we do that. What? Oh, okay. I didn't know that. That's crazy. A massive spider web thought to be nope. Very big, very cool. No, thank you. What happened? Why'd he fall over? I've got your socks. True. Did he fall off his horse? Oh, he was too tall. Wait, no, go back. He was too tall for it. Old sport! Old sport! Please take a seat. Appointment for sterilization. Yes, doctor sterilization. Let me take care of this. Snip, snip, time. Oh. Oh, no. Mow. Oh, you're already up. Oh! I love Crumb. Oh. Poor Crumb. Oops. Alright, I have to call Buggy the Clown. Oh, damn. 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 We saw that one. Oh my god. Not for Christmas. Oh. Huh? Oh my fucking god. Jesus Christ. Know that I'm the best. I go up in wires. I am not your best. Run, run, run. I like the human version of this, but I do like this song. Is this one? Is that on Spotify? I did. Cool. I guess there's a carrot on the screen. I don't know why there's a carrot, but there is one. Little kitty baby. The illegal U-turn shop. He eats it. Her name is Carrot. Oh, cute! Bye. I wasn't the last one. That would have been a good last one, though. Connections. Okay. Hmm. It was the last one last week. Ah, gotcha. Job. Oh, the Book of Job. I like that. No, it's a chihuahua. Oh. Oh God. Bruno's logic. If Princess survives, we're good. I saw this. I love the impact frames of it all. It's really good. Oh, I forgot. It auto scrolls. Sorry. Spare Shroud. Heroes don't kill people. He put his hand on God. Mm-hmm. Mm. Yeah. Mm. Mm. Mm.
Oh my god.
Mm.
Fucking tumbles balls. Yeah.
Mm.
Yeah, yeah. Oh, I just need to like 20 Hi! The woodman arriving. Thank you. Oh, that's yeah, that's what I need the wood for. More customers.
Oh. Oh, I got shrimped. Ooh. Ooh. Good stats. Good stats. Oh, thank you. Aw. Damn, rip that dog. That poor baby. Oh my. Damn, rip. Notice you. Noticing me.
This game adds like some complications to the thing.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
They are normally the master
I love mascots that are just goofy. Oh.
Oh shit, okay. Yeah, so I was like, I know the game has it, it's just like newer than I also just haven't played enough
Oh shit, for real?
yeah. Wait, so this feather collector, these prisoner workers, what is
Oh. Atomic. Pew. Damn. Flashbang and a half, huh? Oh, I need to watch Free Red Man. We're watching Vox Machina and Lupin on Netflix right now. Damn. Really gotta watch Free Run, man. Ooh. Oh. Is this from the movie? I know there was a movie. I need to finish the manga. Is the manga done? I don't know if the manga's done yet. It is? Oh, fuck. Okay. I love this song. Oh. I think it is another mangaka who hates their work. Damn. Dude, this is sick. Damn. That was cool. What? Oh, this is this a Japanese robot? Oh. Which way to go on this dark road? Robo cake. That was a lot of cake. That was an unnecessary amount of cake, in my opinion. Damn. I'm not ready for this arc whenever we get to it, which is gonna be a long time, but I'm not ready. Damn. Damn. This one's for Vexed. I know that. I gotta send this to Vexed. Can I share it? To Vexed? Send to friends. Send. There we go. I got the mess. That was really good. Oh, okay. Damn. Okay, damn. Oh, I don't want to be chased. Oh, Pixels is gone. July flambe. Damn. I don't want to be chased. I like chase. I don't want to be chased though. Wait, that was good. I like that song. I'm favoriting that. Was this how you feel, Kiwi, when I told you I would be willing to try One Piece? This was a long... Not op is a cult. Okay, fair. Fair. Damn! Guys got pipe. Damn. I'm talking on the story ever told. Oh, that was really good. I like that. What's happening? Oh no! What's happening? What is this? Yeah, that's like the bad ending, isn't it? Well, this gives you pants. No! I like my pants. I don't have many pants. I don't. The brown river really ties it together, I think, was one of the comments. Okay. I like this lady. Thank you. Have you ever met someone on the internet that you like so much that you sometimes sit and think, oh man, there are people who are lucky enough to see this person in flesh on a regular basis? Aw, that's cute. That's how I felt about Pixels before we got to be together in person. Do it. I love that. I love that they gave Punch Up to fight Toxic Sludge, man. That was great. Goob. 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 Hi, Chaotic. How are you doing? Welcome on in. Thank you for the check-in. We're just watching TikToks and hanging out, so I hope you can enjoy the vibe. I don't know what's happening, but I'm here for it. I need some to draw. What? What? Give prompt now, I beg. Pretty flower. Pretty flower? Lobotomized. They're lobotomized. The audio's weird. It like changes headphones and I can hear it. It's just weird. Ooh, cat roly poly. Thank you for the apple. Thank you. How? Mm. Probably not. I like them together. They're cute. Charbooby board. Oh. I mean, fair. Oh. Oh. Thank you. Dude, I saw this and I put this in Pixels' face because I want everybody watching this to feel that way. What the fuck? Oh. Oh, it's got the iron in it. So it covers the magnet. Hmm. I don't like this rock. Beef. I don't like Mal's outfit. They could have made it better. That's actually really smart. I didn't think about that. No, that's hella smart though. I've never heard this, but I like it. Go hide, go hide. That's for Buster. Fair. Fair. Hold on. I'll send it to Buster. Or I'll send it. Yeah, I'll send it to Buster. Hold on. Which is the button? I forgot to send. I forgot which is the button. I sent it for this one. Where's Buster? Where's Buster? Oh, maybe I can't send it to them. Okay. Well. Okay. Oh, bitch! I just got back and now I'm beat your ass. Yay! You're here. Yay! Mood. 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 It's a fushigi. Oh shit! His employee ID is boobies. That's amazing. They fucking up in there then. So big, so cute. God damn. Ooh, that one hit home really hard. Thank you, Kiwi. Google on a diesen. That's how I feel with chat sometimes. Fair. The delay is funny though. Oh my god. Oh, is this a gay? Let's fucking go. That's amazing. I might have to play this game. Yikes. Ooh. Oh, damn, it does. Oh. Dude, this is good. This is good. Um. I did like how they came together in the end. It was really nice. Let's go. Little baby. Little baby. Oh, your baby. It's your baby. I love it. I love you. Oh, he's so cute. It's a hammer. Mm-hmm. Oh. Ooh. I like that. That was good. That was good. This is also for Vex? Okay, let me send it. Hold on. Let me send it to Vex then. Boop, boop, send. I like that one a lot. That was good. That was good. Send. Sending? Okay, I don't know if I accidentally sent it. I'm sorry if I sent it twice. He's not here. No, we know. That's why I'm sending them to him. Everyone did. Everybody did that. True. Crash out, dude. Should go to sleep soon. Mm-hmm. What game is this? Oh, where? Oh. I know nothing about this game. No, resume it. I have to see how Robert reacts. I like the route I took for that. Oh, yeah. Damn. Ew. Ew. That's so good. That's how the fight with Punch Up and Toxic went. Oh, they blurred it. Ooh, not the bite, but so true. I like this a lot. Oh. I like that he says keep up. It's cool. That was good. I like the last one more, but I can't be mad at this song. Oh, Shims reposted this. Oh, they censor it? What the fuck? That's crazy. Inspired by Shims' action, I'm gonna repost this one. Because I really like this one. That was so cute. Adopt baby kaiju, adopt baby kaiju. I'm a dad now. Yay! Oh, I fucked that up by not doing that. Kobe. I like Golem a lot. Too damn big. He's so cute. Yay. Hey, baby. Hey, baby. I don't know how he fit through the door, to be honest. I like his line, hey, Vizzy, I just got Robert's joke about giving him the chair. I thought that's great. Thank you for the check-in, Shy Guy. I'm gonna be honest, the reaction is kind of taking it out for me, but like, the video's really good. Suddenly appear every time you are near. Like me, they long to be close to you. This is cute. I like this. I like her singing. I need this on Spotify. I couldn't find it without the reaction. That's fair. That's fair. I'm glad you showed it to me still. Just that guy was just not my cup of tea. Aww. Oh. Oh. Oh, yeah, that's Mel's voice actor. Oh, that's so sweet. No, that's awesome. Oh. Oh. Not was I expecting. I like the Owl City one. I like the Brennan Urie one too. Time spent on you. Made for two. Rafter did exist. I like he did himself. I like his voice with it too. What? No. So I zoomed in my boobs. This is a 5-minute video, Kiwi. Okay, I think we get the point. Hi, Oso. Nice. I can't wait for all the cosplays to come out of this patch, actually. Bitch, you blind forever. I still don't like Mal's outfit. One time I spent 2 hours hole punching lettuce so my tortoise could eat a miniature pilot. Watching dispatch vids. Yeah, so watching TikToks the chat sent me. Seems a really good robber art pieces. Valid. Yum yum. I love Mal. Mal's awesome. Love the voice actor, especially knowing the fact that we know now. However, I don't like her outfit. It could have been better. I think her outfit could have been way better, personally. Thank you for sending me this TikTok. I enjoy the TikTok. Ah! Goodness gracious, I am EP. Alright, time to go raid out. And with that, we're going to play this song. Who is doing what? Ooh. Who doing what? But I'm not convinced. We can go raid Buttercup. I've been seeing some really good rubber art. I read that earlier, sorry. Oh, their VTuber's so cute. I've never seen their VTuber before. Alright. We're gonna go raid them. I love you guys so much. I hope you guys have fun over there. Thank you for hanging out with me. Tomorrow, I will be on Havoc_RPG's channel playing Waterdeep, where I play as a goblin named Biff. So if you want to hang out, check me out there. You definitely can. Otherwise, we're raiding. We are raiding. I'll throw you some fire art in your DMs. Do it. Yes. Otherwise, if you are into One Piece at all, you can catch me on Sunday at 1 p.m. PST. 1? 2? 1? Do I do 1? I think we do 1. 1 p.m. PST. Holy shit, there are 22 of you in here? What the actual fuck? How the fuck are there 22 of you in here? What do you mean there's 22 of you in here? Did we get a raid today? Did we get a raid today? What the fuck? What do you mean there's 22 of you in here? Holy shit. I've just been vibing all day, dude. I was a little sad because I thought you... Okay, whatever. Holy shit. What do you mean? Okay, well, anywho, have fun with Buttercup. They're playing Indigo Park. I love you guys so much. Here's the raid message. If you want to use it, you can. You don't have to. I appreciate that because I know where you came from. But outside of that, I always hope that you get to do what you guys fucking love because I get to do what I fucking love. Holy shit. Holy shit. Good night. I love you. I'll see you guys next time. By next time...